padre.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that, and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como
Welcome
papá
to the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors June 24th, 2025 meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:01. And clerk, could you do the roll call?
Present. Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Norville?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Okay. And Scott Miller, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is public expression. This is for items of interest under the board's purview that are not on the agenda. So if anyone in the chambers has a public expression, please come up to the podium.
Good morning. My name's Gizmo. I wanted to come and just bring 2 quick points really quick to the board. One, I'd like to talk about the water, but I'm going to start off at the Energy Regulatory Commission. About 40 years ago, gave PG&E the right to raise our rates to change poles that were aging. I think they said they needed to change 30,000. They only changed 300. They raised our rates and never finished changing them. And we had the 2000 fires in 17, and that was highlighted. Now we have the university over here that's doing a report on our groundwater and how much we're going to need to save and how hot it's going to get, and yet I can't get an answer to one single question. How much water loss are we losing on the infrastructure side of the meter before it actually gets to us in the Russian River watershed? I've heard the estimate is up to 21 million gallons a day. Okay, I've asked this question for 3 weeks. Eventually, you're going to all ask us to do something to save water. And then you're going to tell us that the rates are going to have to be raised in order for us to get water. But we can't even get a simple answer to this simple question. How much water is actually being lost on the infrastructure side of the meter? Now, number 2 thing is our roads are really being depleted. They're depleting so bad that just our county board, our county, Mr. DeShields cannot keep up with it. So my question is, if we're going to allow PG&E to register their vehicles, most of them in Sonoma County, yet log all of their hours on our roads, these huge boom trucks, and now they're doing all the infrastructure, how come Sonoma County gets all of the money? Because all of their vehicles, their heavy vehicles that are driving around up here destroying our roads, are registered down there. Yet they're logging all of their hours on our roads. We're owed that money. Over the last 40 years, we're owed that money. So we need to make sure that if they're going to register their vehicles, that they register anything commercial needs to be registered here in our county. And we need to get that money. And that money needs to go for our infrastructure, for our roads, so that we're not bouncing around behind these guys who are driving 45 to 50 miles an hour in 25 mile an hour zones on 4-inch to 6-inch pavement, destroying our roads, and we have no money now to fix them. So both of those points need to be brought to the attention of the board and dealt with as soon as possible. Looking forward to see you, Mo, at the MTA meeting on Wednesday.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Chair, the first point about water, I think it's a fair question to ask. I don't know the answer, but I don't think this is the right venue because this county is not a supplier of water, and I don't think we have any authority over the distribution. Where could we send this gentleman to get an answer? Is it an appropriate body?
I'll look to the CEO.
Good morning. Chair, would you repeat the question? I was trying to get my computer back up.
I think the question was about water loss prior to the meter.
Mhm.
And my point is that the county is not a supplier of water, so we can't answer that.
Correct.
Where might he go to get an answer? Just trying to direct him to the right venue.
Well, I think we could start with discussing at the Inland Water and Power or IWPC, somewhere like that, that can actually monitor the water and the water meters. And I believe right now, at least the city of Ukiah has taken over the billing for Redwood Valley. I believe that's where Gizmo's from. We may be able to talk with the city and see how they're monitoring that as well.
Okay. All right, Gizmo. Oh, hold on. Okay. Supervisor Norvell. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, next.
Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation. I've been waiting forever to do this one. There's 3 legs of county government. I pointed that out. There's supervisors, county council, and the CEO. And I've talked a lot recently. I've prefaced this about all of the flack that a person takes when they're in office and they're doing things. The CEO makes more than anybody else, and rightfully so. I came in here a few months ago, and I saw her with her shoulders down and broken, her head down, and just a broken person. And I'm amazed that she's here today and gave me a little smile. But it's unfortunate that we have always a small minority beaten up like a pack of bullies on individuals that can't even defend themselves. So there's some unfair publications around. We all know what I'm talking about. And this discussion is a public discussion. And we all need to change. We need to treat these people better that are working for us. I know personally, and I'll switch from my gratitude appreciation to a behavioral health board representative, speaking for myself, because the other board members don't. And the reason is because we get beat up every time we open up our mouth, every time we have an idea, every time we try to do something good. Everybody that's got something bad to say pops up with all kinds of strength and energy and beats down good people. And, you know, again, I've prefaced this many, many times now, about 3 weeks in a row. So I hope everybody's paying attention. The problem's not up here in front of us. It's back here behind us. And I really appreciate the words that Gizmo just said. He put a lot of thought into those. They're real thoughtful words. They were things that we all need to think about. I wish everybody thought along that line in their lane. We all have our things that we're good at. I'm good at body work. I can see when somebody's been broken and beat down. And I don't like it. Don't appreciate it. Never liked bullies. And we can all do better. You know? Behavioral health. The board, we can do better. And we can offer more low-end stuff that we all need, every single one of us as citizens, that can make us better, and that will trickle down to the streets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further public expression in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 3, the consent calendar. Now, is the Ag Commissioner here because we had a clarification on item 3V? Okay. Good morning. So I was hoping that you could clarify item 3V for us.
And that's the Calico contract that I believe?
Yes.
In that case, there was an administrative error on the value amount. It was.
Could you pull the microphone closer?
I'm sorry. Very rarely get told that I talk too quietly. There was an administrative error on the agenda summary when we actually calculated out the current cost would be, it's a very odd software contract where they sell you credits and it depends how much each user is using at $25 a credit. It actually calculates out at $15,525 is the potential use of credits for next year. That was based on our consumption in the past 2 years.
Okay, so the agenda item says 15,000, but it actually should be 15,525.
That's the maximum that's estimated for the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, very good.
Okay?
Right, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Thank you for your patience on that item too.
Okay, are there any polls from the agenda? I'd like to poll item 3M. So we can deal with that at the end of the day. Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
Move approval of consent calendar.
Oh, and 3AU has been withdrawn.
Move approval of consent calendar except 3AU and 3M.
And that has with 3V the change to the dollar amount.
Correct.
Second.
All right. Okay. Any further comment from the board? We'll vote by the button.
Through the chair, if I may, we do need public comment.
Oh, sorry. Any public comment? Yeah, sorry about that. Public comment on the consent calendar.
Good morning. My name is Dan Hibschman. I'm a resident of Ukiah. I'm here. My comments are about your Item 3G, the letter of opposition to the SAVE Act. Others whom I've been working with will explain more of what's wrong with this bill. I understand that a member of the League of Women Voters is also here to say why that group is so strongly opposed to it. I'd like to thank Supervisor Mulheron for responding to our request and placing this matter on the board's agenda. I'd also like to thank Supervisor Haschak for his encouragement of this initiative. I'd especially like to thank Registrar of Voters Katrina Bartlome. When 3 of us went to interview her regarding the potential effects on the county if the SAVE Act should become law, with the very first words she said to us, she insisted this is nonpartisan. She was making it clear that neither she nor anyone in the elections office serves as a Republican or a Democrat. That's true of you supervisors too. There's no party label next to your name when you stand for election to this board. You simply offer yourself to the voters in your district as the person who can best represent them. And I'm not here as a member of any party either. Because this item appears on your consent calendar, we understand that there's no need for any of you to comment on it. I make the assumption that thanks to the information provided to you by Ms. Bartlome, you all agree that implementation of the SAVE Act, if passed by Congress and signed into law, would cost the county money. Another financial burden you clearly don't need. That is an entirely sound reason for supporting the letter of opposition. But I also want you to understand that for us, you are acting in resistance to the wrecking of government that's been underway since Trump became president again. He doesn't like elections. He's got no use for them unless he wins. He's never stopped lying about losing the one in 2020, and this cynically named SAVE, since that is the heart of what makes this country a democracy. Democracy is just a nuisance to Donald Trump. No doubt each of you has your own opinion of him. For today, I say thank you for what you're doing to save democracy.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janet Rosen, organizer with Indivisible Ukiah. I also want to thank Katrina and those supervisors who were so supportive of this. I'm speaking as someone who fortunately did not change her name when she got married, which made me in the mid-70s a radical outlier who had to carry her marriage license around with her to prove she was indeed married when applying for bank accounts and other things. Most women in this country did then and still do change their names when they marry. If they divorce and remarry, they might change their name again, but most do not go back to the name on their birth certificates. The SAVE Act, the so-called SAVE Act, actually disenfranchises married women or any other people who no longer have a name that matches their birth certificate, because that's the proof that the government wants when you register to vote. So on behalf of women, thank you very, very much for your letter. It's much appreciated.
Okay. Any further public comment about the consent calendar?
Scott Miller of Ukiah, also with the organization Indivisible. And I wanted to speak to the fact that our Senator Alex Padilla is instrumental and a leader in opposing the SAVE Act in the Senate, and he's led 11 other senators in that effort. So we should really commend him for defending the American people's right to vote. One of the aspects of the SAVE Act is that it would require military personnel, they won't be able to use their military ID in order to register to vote or re-register if they move, which they move a lot. So it'll be a continuing problem for military personnel to register to vote under the SAVE Act. Their military ID is not proof of citizenship. It would require them to provide their actual military service record to the Register of Voters in order to register under the SAVE Act, which is a little strange to me that the military wouldn't know who is a citizen and who is not a citizen in the service of the United States of America. These are people who've sworn their allegiance to our Constitution and who've put their life on the line defending this country. And now their military ID is not good enough in order to vote. I find that actually incredible, just incredible. And in fact, if the government or the military doesn't know who's a citizen and who isn't a citizen, then this might represent a serious security breach. And I find it really alarming that we cannot rely on our military service people and their ID in order to allow them to vote. And thank you for your attention to this matter. It seems extremely important and fundamental to our democracy.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Turner. I'm a resident of the 5th District, formerly a resident of Ukiah for a long time. I also appreciate you considering this letter to our senator about the SAVE Act. I want to bring a couple of other points that haven't been mentioned yet that trouble me. First of all, the indigenous people that lived here before our government was formed will not be able to use their tribal ID to prove that they are citizens of the United States, even though they were citizens here before the United States existed. I think that's just another slam in the face of the folks that have been displaced and stolen, had their land stolen, and their culture decimated. Another thing I'd like to point out is that a driver's license will not serve as identification. nor will a real ID. There's only one identification apparently that works. It's an enhanced driver's license, which is only provided in 5 states of the Union at this time. I don't know about you, but I still have my birth certificate, even though I'm almost 72 years old. But I'm not sure why it would prove that I'm who I say I am, because the footprint on it is about this big. So we'll see what the regulations really require and how many people can actually register to vote. Thank you for your consideration of this item.
Thank you. Any further comment from the chamber? Any online?
We have one from Peter McNamee.
Okay. Mr. McNamee.
Thank you for letting me speak today. This is Peter McNamee. I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters, Mendocino County. We support the letter that your board proposes to send to Congress in opposition to this legislation. The SAVE Act, which is a misnamed term, is based on misinformation and fear-mongering rather than facts, as there is no evidence of widespread citizen voter registration or voting in state and federal elections. Instead, the SAVE Act will create new barriers to voter registration by requiring submission of documentary proof of citizenship materials in person every time a voter updates their registration, which particularly harms rural voters, voters of color, married women who have changed their last names, and other voters who have been historically marginalized, who already faced obstacles in accessing the ballot box. I also think that in a time of fiscal austerity for the board, the huge cost of administering an election that would require verification by documentation of every voter is simply unimaginable. It just boggles the mind. And so I strongly support the board's letter. The League of Women Voters strongly supports the board's letter going to Congress. And we urge the board to take action in as many ways and fashions as you can to let our congressional representatives know that this is just not acceptable. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Chief Locatelli.
Staff, Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. I think I said enough on June 3rd, but I just quickly wanted to readdress 3X. It's on consent calendar. You know, it's a little just difficult. I know it's hard to change direction at the 23rd hour, so I'm not expecting anything to happen today. I just want to make sure that there is an opportunity. I know we're going to be coming back at first quarter and doing quarterly reviews. Look forward to working with the board on the ad hoc that was created around the budget. But I also know that we weren't, as recommended and as being adopted today, it is a 15% cut to the net county cost at probation. It's not 6%. So, you know, I'm going to need adjustments. I'm going to need work. I'm going to need to talk to the ad hoc board and work with the CEO's office. But I know it wasn't intentional. I know it's a computing mistake, but it did go forward, and you are approving that. So when I come back at quarterly, and I just hope the board remembers today. So this conversation is more for posterity than it is for changing. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other public comment about the consent calendar? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay. So the motion was to approve the consent calendar without item 3AU, which had been pulled beforehand, and then without item 3M and with 3V with the $15,525 amount. Right? So we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Very good. So we'll move on to item 4A, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Right.
Good morning, everyone. Katrina Bartlemy, assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters. We are closing the tax roll as we speak. We're doing a few one-ups that were problems and working with the auditor's office to get all that done. But hopefully we will have it all done by the end of the week, if not tomorrow. So, I mean, that's what we're definitely hoping for. So I wanted to give you just a couple things that I've been keeping track of and that I report on, but I thought that since I don't have numbers for you for the total roll, that you might like to hear this. So the board gave us permission to hire 3 real property appraiser techs, remember? And what we had, their main mission was to go out and to primarily look at the different GIS programs we have. We have 4, and the different GIS programs to see the progression of properties and whatever. And I've received phone calls from many of you, that, there aren't that many, or there are a lot of unassessed properties on the roll. So they've sent out in the past year, and that's just July 1st to now, they've sent out, they've viewed 4,806 parcels. They've sent out probably about 500 discovery letters and received 248 of them back. We've added 168 improvements. The improvements include decks, porches, pools, water tanks, lean-tos, single-family residents. Most of them are not high-dollar single-family residents, but they're single-family residents. Cabins, yurts, ADUs. Sheds, storage buildings, barns, horse stalls, structures converted to living quarters. So you might have something that way. So what we've done is we have brought a total of $3.6 million to the tax roll in the last, in this fiscal year that we're in. So that's assessed value, that's not taxes, but I thought you guys would like to hear that. So they've been working very hard. We've been, to give you a little background in our office, my belief is to promote from within. So we had one appraiser leave and go back to the tax collector. So with that vacancy, we promoted, he applied and we interviewed and we promoted one of our real property appraiser 1s to become a real property appraiser 2. We promoted one of our techs to become a real property appraiser 1. And now we are looking for someone to take that person's place in it for a tech. So we got that all approved. We're getting people on the ground. We've hired, we lost our property tech. So, I'm sorry, our the person that does all the change in ownerships. And she starts right after July 1st because we've been so busy with closing the roll that nobody would have been able to train her. So, and a couple other things that we've done, our appraisers have gone out and they've done a lot of work on Williamson Act. We found out several years ago that the Williamson Act property wasn't being assessed properly. So we were directed by the State Board of Equalization to catch that up. We've got that almost done. We sent out escape assessments for 21 and 22. There's a few that will go out for 23 and 24 is caught up. So the assessor's office has been extremely busy this last fiscal year, and I wanted you guys to know about it. Do any of you guys have, I also have some kudos for staff, but if you guys have questions, I'll take those.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just gratitude for your staff. Nothing here in the public good gets done without fair taxation, and it really begins in your office. A question, I suppose this crosses into the tax collector's domain, but as these properties get added to the roll, are we going back 4 or 5 years in collection?
That's a good question. It depends on when we can find, because we can go back on the GIS. And if we can go back and see that they've been there for 20 years, yes, they will go back 4 years. And that's all we're allowed to do by law.
Thank you. Thanks for the report.
You're welcome. So I also...
Oh, I have a question. You know, you said that 500 discovery letters went out and 248 were returned. What about the other 252?
We've sent out reminders, and then if we don't get anything, then we'll look at it in every angle that we can and maybe do site visits on the ones that aren't out in the middle of nowhere. And then we will put a fair assessment on there and see what happens.
Okay. And thank you for all the work.
You're welcome. So I want to thank our IT department, because without our IT department, we would not have gotten anything done. Judy Maloney has been amazing in creating reports that we can use. Adam has been amazing helping us through Momentum, and all the guys. Tony's helped us tremendously, Alex. Everybody has helped us tremendously. Our assistant appraiser, our assistant assessor, has become the go-to person for Momentum, which is a feat in itself. And she's done an amazing job, and that's Tanya Mounts. And without her, we wouldn't be where we are. We've just had an amazing but stressful and busy year. So I wanted to thank you guys for your support, and know we're working for it.
Okay, thank you. And I have, oh, go ahead.
Good morning, Soy Malala, Executive Office. I just have a few news to share that we received last week on behalf of CEO Antle. As your board is aware, their county procured Amplifund, which is a centralized grants management software. And over the last year, our Amplifund implementation team, which consists of Kelly Hansen of the grants unit and Trey Hansen of the IT department, have been working closely with departments, coordinating with departments and offering training. So we received news last week that our county has been nominated for the Champion Award. It's called the UNA Advocate Award, and it's meant for counties that or jurisdictions that have an innovative approach to their grants management software. So we will be competing against our other national peers, and winners will be announced in September. So, but I'm very honored and very, very proud of our team, and thank you so much for the hard work. The other news is our team submitted a notice of interest to HMGP, which is the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. This project is to replace the canceled BRIC Phase 2 project, and we were approved on June 17th and invited to submit a full application. We met with Brook Trails Township yesterday, and the new chief, I believe is Chief Donaldson. And we will be meeting with the City of Willits to work out some more details for the grant application. And then the third news is after more than a year of working with the HCD, Department of Housing and Community Development, to repurpose two of our grants projects for the View Abatement Ordinance and Enforcement Planning Project, it's finally executed, and staff can begin working on this $295,000 project over the next 3 years to look at the best practices and the mechanisms to enforce our hazard abatement.
Oh, very good. Thank you. And that's a lot of good news and a lot of important projects going on there.
Good morning, Board, County staff. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. Just wanted to quickly remind the Board that we've implemented our new case management system, Tyler. It's causing some delays. This is the time that the staff is normally putting together the pretrial data report that we give to the Board. So it's going to be delayed a little bit sometime in fall. I expect we'll be able to give you a year's worth of data on the pretrial program here in Mendocino County. I'd also mention that the governor's budget proposes cutting $20 million from SB 129, which is what funds a portion of pretrial programs in California. The legislative counter to that was to put $15 million back, but only on a one-time. CPOC, which is my state association, the Sheriff's Association, and the District Attorneys Association met in Sacramento last week. As the governor isn't proposing, nor is legislator proposing to fund Prop 36 in any meaningful way. So the request is obviously that there is no cuts to SB 129 pretrial. It's a statewide program that helps people get out of custody in a public safety meaningfully way instead of just releasing them with no monitoring. And obviously the will of the voters, Prop 36 was passed by 70% of Californians. So without funding it, it's going to be difficult to implement. In this county, you've already heard my budget concerns, so we won't be participating in anything Prop 36 related until there's funding from the state. And then lastly, I have entered into a contract to validate our PSA tool. We've operated for more than 2 years now, so I want to make sure the tool is accurate for the Mendocino County's population. We have enough data now to actually give it to the researchers to make sure that the levels that we're assigning people are accurate, so we know who should be released and who should not. So we've entered into that, and I hope that's done by January. But I'll update the board more as we have more information. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chief. And I know that with Prop 36, that one of the problems was that there was never funding allocated to it. And now we're seeing that in, the implications of that is that they're the people want Prop 36 to be implemented, but the state's not giving us any money to do it.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, we've got, okay. Well, I've asked the Ag Commissioner, Angela Godwin, to come and do a presentation on what's going on with the programs in the Ag Department, or just highlights.
Highlights, because I can see that you have a very full agenda. So good morning. As introduced earlier, I'm the Ag Commissioner here from Mendocino County. Chair Mulhern and all the honored supervisors, I appreciate just a moment. I'll try to keep it brief. We've been meaning to come forth, but with all the budgets, it seemed like there just wasn't a good time. But I just wanted to highlight about 5 things that have been happening that I think is important for you to know. As you know, our mission is to protect Mendocino's approximately $2 million ag industry and economy, which has a multiplying factor, they say, between 3 and 5 times in the community. Some of our recent program achievements is working with IT. Specifically, I'd like to call out Alexander. He has helped streamline our Ag Pass renewal, which allows farmers and growers expedited access back into natural disaster areas. Usually see it with fires, but it helps them go back in to evacuate animals, take care of crops. We've streamlined that now. Last year we had 58 passes. Hopefully we'll have that or more. And all they need to do is they can hit a renew button, and if there's any document that needs updated, but it makes it so much simpler for them. So we're really proud of that. Our current pest detection season is in full swing with 4 extra help agricultural technicians, and they're placing about over 1,300 various traps in both residential, nursery, and commercial agricultural properties. And these traps, it's a lot of work. Those traps have to be checked and serviced every 2 weeks. We are trapping for some extremely destructive exotic pests, exotic fruit flies such as Mediterranean. As you're aware, there was a huge outbreak down in, I think it was the Bay Area of medfly, and we don't want that. We're trapping for oriental fruit flies, Mexican fruit flies, melon flies. Very strong program for our European grapevine and berry moths. Make sure I say that. We call them EVGM and EBM. So far, we've kept them out of the county, and we are also trapping for glassy wing sharpshooter, which carries Pierce disease, which is very dangerous for our vineyards. So that is all going very well, except that the state pulled our new electronic trapping program just before the season started. So we're back to paper books, and good thing we saved all that. Looks like a new program may be coming from Esri's GIS, but that will be next year. And we have just I just heard we received some additional contract work. I haven't seen the contract yet for spotted lanternfly and Mediterranean oak borer in our forest. Into the other type of pest we consider is the invasive plant species like gorse on the coast, where we're using targeted mechanical controls, and it helps with fire reduction in those coastal communities and protects the timber industry. Our work was recognized by an extension of the gorse contract for an additional 1.5 years, and we have just been notified that my request to reactivate Mendocino County's weed management area, which is additional funding from around 50 to 60,000, has been approved. We'll be seeing the contract on that, and that's going to allow us to haven't had enough coffee this morning, to work closely with Lake County's weed management areas and some of the other ones. We can address things such as goat rue, which is in the eastern part of the county, which is toxic to livestock, and other additional invasive plant species that are here. So that's I'm always looking for a little extra revenue, since we structurally there's some problems. So we were very lucky to get this funding at this point in time. Just to note that our pesticide regulatory program has received an above average review from the California Department of Pesticide Regulation, and we just got rewarded for that by moving to a 2-year work plan instead of 1 year, recognizing all the reduction we've done with a number of our restricted material pits. They were about 40. We're now down to 19, and we're working even further to take those down to less harmful, sustainable pest management chemicals. Our OP-IDs have gone up to 820 recently. That includes really reaching out to cannabis growers and making sure they're using the proper pesticides, so that when their crops are downstream and they're tested, that nothing is rejected, and it helps the farmers. We've done several pesticide workshops recently, including one with cannabis. We have another one planned that's very similar to what Lake County does, and we've also partnered with DPR to be doing this winter a pesticide take-back event, which basically gives growers a free chance to bring all their old pesticides. You never know quite what you're going to show up, but DPR is going to fund it for us and help organize it, and that gives them a chance to really clean things up and get some of the old toxic things out of our environment. Briefly, and this has probably been touched on by other people, but we did have input into the North Coast Vineyard Order, which was it got final approval on June 12th. I can go through some of the details on that, but it's much improved from what originally went. The order regulates wastewater discharges from approximately 65,000 acres of commercial vineyards across the North Coast region, including Mendocino County. The goal is to protect the water quality of the Russian River and the Navarro River, those watersheds targeting sediment, pesticides, and nutrients that can harm groundwater and surface water and impact endangered species such as coho salmon. We were very active with speaking up, and we're very excited to be working with Farm Bureau, trying to help this have the least impact on vineyard growers, because it is very heavily targeted on vineyards. So there's a lot of work. Farm Bureau looks like they're going to be developing a coalition. We're going to do everything we can to help. And some of the sustainability programs, such as fish-friendly farming and some of the other things, we're hoping to work with them that will really give a price break to the growers. So I can give you more update as that goes, but it will be going into effect. I think the effective date they picked, about another page on that, but I'll sum that up. But it does have an effective date of about 2027. So I'll give you more information on that. But I really appreciate all the work. Some of the supervisors, former supervisor McGordy was very active. It's so much improved from what it was. It's still tough because it does add costs to the vineyards. So, but I'll keep you informed with that. We've been doing a lot of work, especially the vineyards, with the Pinois seminar, working with the Mendocino County Pest Control Advisors and the Farm Bureau and the Wine Growers Association, helping with, minimizing the impact of the regulations, yet ensuring compliance. And we want to really show our commitment that we've done here. And lastly, it's really a big deal for us, and we really appreciate the repairs and the work on our front of our building. And when I first came here, it was, it's been very difficult for older people or seniors with ADA. So having the work done that restored the front of that 1927 historical building so well, just really appreciate the support to get that done, because I know the budget's tight, and it was a lot more work than anticipated. But we deeply appreciate it. We've already had a lot of real positive comments from people being able to come up the ramp and come in the front. And that was just a quick summary. I can give you more detail on all these issues, but just thank you. I know these are tough budget times, and I would look forward to meeting with anybody and have further discussions on things you care about.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Sheriff Kendall.
You're hard to follow, though. Good morning, Chair Hatchak, members of the board, CEO, County Council. Last week I attended 2 weeks ago I attended California State Sheriff's meeting. We met with a lot of our legislators, and we met with a lot of our partners in law enforcement. Prop 36 funding was a huge conversation that went on there. We see that the people of the state of California decided to push that legislation through with an overwhelming vote, but if the state does not fund this, then we continue to have to pick up the pieces behind flawed legislation previously and unfunded legislation now. And I'm hopeful. State of California does not want to listen to law enforcement leaders, including sheriffs and police chiefs. I'm hopeful that counties can come together and put a little political pressure on the state capital to say, do the right thing. We do have some good news that came out of this. I met with Don O'Keefe, the director of the Office of Emergency Services through the state of California. The Law Enforcement Mutual Aid Fund is being funded again this year, so a lot of the things that we've had to do in the past that we had to kind of just live with paying the bills on, we will get some funding from the Mutual Aid Fund. I don't remember the exact dollar amount that it was funded at, but we'll work hard on that with any of our emergencies or assisting other counties, any emergencies that we have here in Mendocino County, so that we don't have to eat that bill. The big concern for me right now is that Sacramento is, for lack of better terms, just completely done listening to locals, and we're suffering the consequences of poorly thought out legislation because, let's face it, they're building the aircraft mid-flight and refusing to speak with the pilots while it's happening. And as we look at these different pieces of legislation that are coming through, Prop 36 is a perfect example of what the people wanted, but there is a fight going on in Sacramento. I don't care if they don't get along with each other. We serve the public. Thank you.
And I know that CSAC, the California State Association of Counties, has been lobbying hard for funding for Prop 36 too.
This is something that we all need to get together on, because trying to fix some of the problems that we've seen come up due to faulty and flawed legislation, where nobody was listening to law enforcement leaders, no one was listening to district attorneys, no one was listening to the people who are actually down in the trenches doing the work. We've got to fix this, and we've got to put some pressure on now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Krog.
Good morning, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So today I've asked our Code Enforcement Manager, Gretchen McLaughlin, to come and talk just a little bit with a brief overview for you of our Code Enforcement Division's investigative process and how we handle county code violations. So with that, I'd like to ask Gretchen to come up and just give you a brief overview. Thank you.
Very good.
Good morning, Chair Hashak, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, and County Council Scott. I am Code Enforcement Manager Gretchen McLaughlin with Planning and Building Services. Today I'm going to provide an overview of Code Enforcement Division's investigative roles and processes to address county code violations within the regulatory purview, as well as how they relate to the current board-directed prioritization to code enforcement. I intend to provide a very high-level explanation. I could talk about this stuff for hours, but for the sake of time and your guys' time, I'm going to just kind of keep it as brief as possible. Just as a brief background, back in December 19, 2023, the division conducted a presentation to the board. 3 of you guys are still here. We have 2 new people. In that presentation, we went over with what code enforcement was doing, what our current inventory looked like, because there had been a lot of changes involved with code enforcement over many years since 2017. And so during that presentation, we also requested an updated set of priorities. If some of you remember, we actually kept them relatively the same, that we would stay as a reactive agency in terms of responding to complaint-driven complaints, as well as also sticking with the top priorities in the order that we are to respond to them, which include life safety issues, which includes like dangerous buildings, substandard conditions, as well as we updated it to include this new state mandate that that also required housing inspection reports for tenants, so that way it gave them additional protections from like slumlords. In addition to that, second priority is environmental degradation, including non-permitted grading, major vegetation removal in the coastal zone that's outside of the affidavit and urgency ordinance that you guys approved, as well as anything that is considered development that potentially could have impact to environmentally sensitive habitat areas. Our third priority is active non-permitted construction. So these are the type of activities where there's contractors doing active work or even non-contractors, and they didn't get a permit and the work requires a permit. And then it goes into nuisances. These are things that are impacting like community quality of life issues, where from a roadway you can see like nuisances like trash, debris, junkyard conditions, that type of stuff, along with other nuisances that likely negatively impact community quality of life. And finally, the fifth priority was to address illegal cannabis cultivation. That's shifted over the years in terms of code enforcement's roles. It originally started off with the Sheriff's Office and the Ag Department and has shifted over to code enforcement. Now it's kind of divided where MCD does their portion for in-program sites and we do our stuff for the illegal cannabis enforcement, and sometimes work with law enforcement as well. With that, everything else that doesn't fit within those priorities typically are what we deem as priority sixes, where they're non-priority, but we don't just close them out because they don't fit within the priorities. So we will address those when officers have the ability and time to do that. Back when we did this presentation, officers averaged, I think our caseload averaged about 72 cases per officers. Now we're right around, when I did the calculations, about 68 per officer. So our inventory is slowly going down, but our caseload is still relatively the same for each officer, and that's actually considered high. Ideally, we'd like officers to have around 40 on their caseload to properly engage things. Switching over to kind of our investigative process in terms of how those priorities relate. Generally, code enforcement will receive a complaint. We usually have to determine whether or not it even falls within our regulatory purview or if it needs to be referred to an appropriate agency, whether it's another department or a state agency, for instance. We do our best to refer those over as needed, but assuming that the complaint is within ours, we will set that up to be pre-investigated. So our officers will assign it. It'll get set a priority based off of your guys' priorities that we operate off of. So it'll get designated as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Based off of that, that gives an indication to the officer of how quickly they need to respond. And so from there, we'll assign it to the north-south team. This helps us keep it so that way the officers are not bouncing from Hopland up to Leggett in one day. So we have north-south teams. Highway 20 is the dividing line all across the county, so it makes it a little bit easier for case management. And then they have to start working with the community outreach component. So they talk to the complainant if the complainant is known, find out what the concerns are, make sure that they understand it, and also educate the complainant in terms of what it is that they can do and what they can't do in regards to the complaint. And then they try to work with getting a hold of the property owner or the responsible party to schedule an inspection. Code enforcement doesn't have just the automatic rights to just enter somebody's property. So we have to try to work with the community members, with the property owners to be able to access sites. And so we try to get that permission ahead of time and then schedule that inspection with the property owner or the responsible party. So then that way we can address the site with them and the potential violations we're seeing. Back in 2020, when former PBS director Brent Schultz was here, he actually provided a direction to code enforcement, which we still operate off of today, which says that you address the complaint and then you assess for the top 3 priorities that are part of the Board of Supervisors priorities. So we will also assess for life safety, environmental degradation, and active non-permitted construction. So those kind of get lumped into the investigation as well automatically. We will address all of those and go over with the property owner what the violations are, give them a reasonable timeline to address those based off of their specific needs and the complexity of the violations to be resolved. If we don't know for sure if it's a violation, we will ask the experts like building division or planning division through a determination request. They'll give us the appropriate codes to tell us what we need to relay to the property owner. And so we work with them trying to get voluntary compliance first, give them the reasonable timelines. If they don't or they can't, depending on the circumstances, we'll give them extensions if an extension's warranted. But beyond that, if they start to say, no, you can't come onto the property or we're not going to do it, that's when it gets referred over to formal enforcement where they get that 30-day hard timeline with a notice of violation and then further enforcement from there. So that's my spiel.
All right, well, thank you. And this was informational purpose, for our information. And, if anyone wanted to have some kind of action, you'd have to bring an agenda item forward for it. Okay?
Just one final note, all of this stuff is on our website, on our code enforcement website. It's actually a very transparent explanation of what we do, what we don't do, and who you can go to. So I just wanted to throw that out there to encourage everybody, including the public, to look at our website. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further presentations on item 4A? Okay, seeing none. Okay,
Chair,
public comment. Yes.
after public comment, could we please go to 4B? We have several staff
Right.
member here for celebration, so
Yeah.
I'd really to do that.
Okay. Seeing no public comment in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay. All right, we'll accept those reports. Okay, so we're going to item 4B, which is discussion and possible action, including recognition of employee service awards for eligible employees with 15 to 35 years of service. And then after the awards, we are going to have a little ceremony or acknowledgement party in conference room A. And then we will come back and we will do items 4C and then 4F. Right? Just give people a warning about the timelines. Okay. Right. So I'll look to Sherry Johnson. Yeah, deputy or department head for human resources.
Yes, good morning, Chair. I'm Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. So today we're here to recognize the employees that have been achieving 15 to 35 years of county service. So this is a great part of the opportunity that we get to share and thank the employees for their service. So Chair Hashak will be out there with Mandy from Human Resources. So if you are here and we call your name, please come up. So with 15 years of service, William Nolte. Marlena will accept. Thank you. For 20 years of service, David Marshall. All right, thank you, David. Felipe Leon. Alvarez. Thank you, Mariana. Stephen Campbell. And 35 years of service, Jeanette Kropman. Yeah. Thank you, Jeanette. Other public comment. Other.
Public comment?
Good morning, Charlotte Scott, County Council. I wanted to recognize two people from my office, Julie Chapman, who already probably snuck out the back. She has been the office manager, legal services supervisor for many years, 20 years with the county and with our office. She has endured transitions of employees in and out of the office, and she's been this constant brain trust of everything that we all need. She helped train me on the budget. I being new to management a few years ago, I really relied a lot on her guidance to learn the budget process. And she's just been a really a treasure. She helps all of us every day. She thinks of everything before and in time for when you need to know, hey, don't forget about that agenda item. You need to submit that today. She is just really a treasure in our office, and I really appreciate her. I also wanted to recognize Deputy County Counsel Chandra Caffrey. She has been with our office only about 9 months, but she has been a county employee for 25 years. She started with the district attorney's office and was there up until last summer. And she's been a great asset to our office in the juvenile dependency team. She's transitioned really well into a very complicated specialized area practice, and we're very grateful to her. I tried to get her to get someone to cover court for her this morning. Unfortunately, we had someone on vacation, and she had most of the heavy cases this morning, and she said, I appreciate it, but I can't get out of here this morning, but I did get her some flowers, and I look forward to congratulating her in person. So thank you all.
Very good, thank you.
Good morning again, supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I wanted to say a few words about Russ Ford, who received a 20-year service award today. We are fortunate to have Russ as our senior planner here in our Ukiah office. He has started his career with the assessor's office, moved over to work in our mapping unit, and then transitioned into the supervisory role as senior planner. And we have been so fortunate to have him. His dedication and commitment to the county organization and his work both in cartography and planning has been instrumental to the success of planning and building services. We are very fortunate to have him as an employee and an employee of this county. He is truly a public servant. The public loves him. I constantly hear positive feedback about his interactions and his communication. So yeah, congratulations to Russ on this major milestone.
Good morning, Chair Hashchak, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Counsel Scott. Sorry. My name is Rachel Ebel Elliott, Social Services Deputy Director over the Employment and Family Assistance Services. I am honored to speak today on behalf of the department to celebrate 75 cumulative years of service of 3 social services staff. David Marshall, with 20 years, is an IHSS social worker on the coast working to preserve the dignity and independence of our elderly and disabled population. Marla Quintana, Administrative Secretary with 25 years of service, is an example of exemplary internal and external customer service as she provides support to multiple programs and staff. Stephen Campbell, with 30 years of service, is an Account Specialist 3 for the Reconciliations and Collections Unit and ensures responsible and accurate use of public funds. These staff represent a collective effort on the part of our department to support and enhance the lives of the most vulnerable members of our community, representing over 50% of the total population. And we're very proud to work with them as we celebrate these service awards today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Seeing no further public comment in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, so we will break for 15 minutes for the reception, and we will come back at 10:25.
Scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, si la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway.
We're going to move on to item 4C, which is discussion and possible action, including appointment of an ad hoc committee regarding the response to the 24-25 grand jury report, planning and building department, structural issues exposing the cracks. All right, so I'll turn to County Council.
Thank you, Charlotte Scott, County Council. This is the most recent published report from this term, nearly concluding term of the Mendocino County Grand Jury. It was released to the county on June 11th, and as required under Penal Code, the county has, or any governing body has 90 days from the release of the report to formally respond to that report. This item, in following with the practice and tradition of the board, is to create an ad hoc to allow that ad hoc to work with staff on reviewing and responding to that report and bringing back any proposed response to the full board in advance of that 90-day date.
All right, I'd just like to say that Supervisor Williams and I were the ad hoc for the continuation report about the social services, children and family services. So what we're looking for is an ad hoc, 2 people to work on this response to the grand jury. Okay. Any volunteers? Supervisor Williams.
I think the grand jury work's important. I'm happy to do this unless there's 2 others that are stepping forward.
Okay. All right. So we need one more person to work on the ad hoc with Supervisor Williams.
I'd be honored.
Is it the topic or is it me?
Okay. No. All right, so we have Supervisor Norvell stepping forward. Thank you. Okay, and Supervisor Williams, thank you. Right, so that's all right with the board. We'll appoint those two as the ad hoc to work on this grand jury response. Okay, is there any public comment? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing two, A. Joseph, and then D.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Joseph.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Joseph Hart. First off, I want to thank everyone there today who does a lot of really wonderful things for the county of Mendocino. All the people that have worked there. It's really appreciative. This issue with the grand jury and others that may be convened upon the county of Mendocino are very important issues, including the lawsuit that I recently filed. And I state this publicly that although there are some really wonderful people, and Mendocino County is a beautiful, wonderful county, there is some really treacherous things that are happening over in that jail. There are, a federal, jury and judge does not want to see some of the videotapes and read the reports. And people that are over there, regardless of the case, do not need to be treated inhumanely. I was left for months having grand mal seizures. I'm a well-documented epileptic. I was made fun of. On April 15th, I was put into a padded room where there was feces covered all over the walls. I was in there having seizures. I'm glad I didn't choke to death. From April 7th to May 13th of 2020, I was made to eat with my hands because Alex Brennan found me unconscious in a cell. And then they gave me 30 days.
1 second, Joseph.
Excuse me.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Norvell.
point of order, Chair. This is not, I understand that
I would
gentleman
like this, I'm gonna own
make a comment,
this
but
one
this is
time.
not the agenda item.
This is about the grand jury and why more grand juries will probably be convened. And
This
I'm not gonna ever come and speak again. I'm not gonna ever come speak again. But I would like the public to know that I requested many a times. I contacted people all throughout the county. It's well documented in Carly Dolan's transcripts of me begging for help. And you guys as the board, I'm just asking that you really investigate this, that the people, that the county, that the people who are guilty of these.
Excuse me again, Chair,
that
point of order. Can we have the county council rule on this? This is not the agenda item.
So I'm speaking on the
Charlotte
grand
Scott
jury.
County Council, I would allow the commenter to finish. I think there's a few more. There's more time left.
So can I get my about 30 seconds back that I was taken from too? And I'd like to say that some of the things that happened to me were far worse than the crimes that I was committed for, which I'm fully over. And I would hope that no one else, that from this situation, that change would come about, especially as it come with epileptics. I was left for months without seeing a doctor. I'm lucky to be alive. I'm lucky to be alive, and I really hope that you guys would really look into this, that you would see the things, that the discoveries, and that you wouldn't spend $500,000 trying to hide this situation, and that there'd be positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next.
Next we have D.
D, go ahead.
You'll need to unmute yourself. If you're on your phone, you can press *6.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
This is Dee Pallison, District 5 in Ukiah. I'm here to make sure that the latest grand jury report, Planning and Building Services Exposing the Cracks, is on everyone's radar. What is exposed in this report is not surprising to anyone who's had to work with PBS lately. The extent of the report and the obvious attention to detail is evidence that this report needs to be taken seriously. We must all work together to make sure that not only the issues outlined in the report are addressed, but that the way the PBS conducts business is fixed immediately. There are several points that elicit their reaction, what the heck is going on? But the most fundamental issue is that this department is operating without policies and procedures in place. It is Supervision 101, basic fundamental leadership, that when you have multiple staff performing the same or related duties, especially when applying rules, regulations, and laws to customers, that comprehensive PMPs are mandatory to ensure all staff are interpreting and applying the rules consistently to every customer. Without PMPs, you end up with the chaos as outlined in this report. It is the first and most important responsibility of any competent supervisor or manager to provide complete PMPs for your staff. Anything less is gross incompetence. I appreciate that the grand jury addressed their recommendations to you, the boards, directly. This acknowledges the chain of command and emphasizes that the responsibility ultimately rests with you, the Board of Supervisors, to not only do whatever is needed to fix PBS, but to set expectations at every department head and manager within the county. Everyone is watching to see if you have what it takes to make public safety the #1 priority in how the county conducts business. While these recommendations may feel huge and daunting, any competent manager can see what needs to be done. The immediate first step is quite simple. Public Resource Code 4290, Fire Safe Regulations, has been on the books for 35 years. The Rural Density Dwelling Ordinance has been on the books since 1981, with the current version since 2023. These laws aren't new. Your first course of action needs to be a clear directive to PBS that they must adhere to the letter of these laws effective immediately. No waiver, no discretion, no forgiveness. And you must hold all staff accountable and level severe consequences if they don't comply. Public safety depends on it. PG&E, under the premise of saving money, knowingly and willingly chose to operate outside the letter of the law when it came to power line maintenance. This decision was the cause of the 2017 Redwood Complex wildfire. What is happening in PBS is no different than this decision, and the resulting threat to public safety is very real. As someone who barely escaped the terror of this event, losing everything I owned, I demand you, the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, take immediate action and give clear direction to PBS to adhere to all state laws and county ordinances effective immediately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment?
Seeing none online.
All right. You know, just with this ad hoc that's been formed, that there were some recommendations in the grand jury report that kind of requested, demanded immediate action, like by July 1st. So I hope that the ad hoc looks at those and promptly deals with them or comes up with, you know, something in the near future. Okay? So, and you can discuss that in the ad hoc. Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just to avoid any misunderstanding, could we have county counsel guide us on the appropriate scope of the ad hoc?
So the scope of the ad hoc is to work on with staff on a proposed response that will be brought back to the full board. It would not be permissible for the ad hoc to take any action or make any direction to staff, and I think that would have to be handled through a separately calendared item in the future. I do recommend that the board take time through and allow its ad hoc to carefully examine the findings and recommendations and the laws cited therein, and allow them to work with council to determine to review those proposed findings and recommendations. But I would say that any further direction would need to be calendared and brought to the full board at any point in the future.
So if there are some issues that come up and the ad hoc sees that they would need direction from the board to make those happen sooner than later, then those could be brought up as a separate agenda item.
Any member of the board or staff can bring an agenda item in the future. Because we haven't assessed or reviewed the report, I can't make any recommendations on how or guidance on how quickly the ad hoc could come back or suggest a proposed response. But again, I recommend you take the time that is provided in the penal code for you to have a response prepared and brought back to you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so ad hocs should be limited scope. I'm concerned about the ambiguity in whether the ad hoc is to brainstorm and bring agenda items to remedy some of the problems identified by the grand jury, or should the ad hoc simply respond to the report, close out, and then it's up to the 5 supervisors to proceed?
Charlotte Scott County Council, that would be my general recommendation. That's how we've handled any past reports from the grand jury as well. You do want to get the full board to review that proposed response and then ask any questions or make any changes or direction as to changes. But separately, any member of this board can review that report but the ad hoc is narrow in scope to reviewing and responding and bringing that response back.
Okay, very good. All right, so other than forming the ad hoc, there's no further action needed. Okay, so do we need a vote? Do we need a motion for that ad hoc?
Charlotte Scott County Council, I would recommend that.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
All right, so vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. So we're on to item 4F, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution to terminate BOS agreement number 24-085, the master tax sharing agreement between the County of Mendocino and the cities of Ukiah, Willits, Fort Bragg, and Point Arena, due to fiscal and operational impacts arising from the first proposed annexation under the agreement, authorize notification of the signatory cities and Mendocino LAFCO, and direction to staff to notify Mendocino Local Agency Formation Commission LAFCO that the county anticipates the proposed annexation would create a substantial risk to the provision of mandated public protection services consistent with the framework established by Mendocino County Policy Number 13, annexations. So this is Supervisor Williams.
So, yeah, thank you, Chair. So I'm not against annexation in concept, and obviously tax sharing is inherent in any annexation plan, but the proposal needs to be a win-win for the city and for the county. We care about our cities doing well. We care about the sustainability of services the county provides. The current proposal, which isn't even coming before us, and that's part of my issue, is that it's gone ahead without officially asking this county board, how do you feel about this? Will this work for you? Any sort of analysis. That proposal creates a real risk to the ability for the county to provide public protection, perhaps for the next decade. County already has a structural deficit. The structural deficit is essentially we don't generate enough revenue to pay for public protection and the departments that are part of funding public protection. If we add to that, if we compound that problem, you're going to have a county that can't meet basic mandates. That's against our own policy. I think it's against state policy. I'm looking at the impact, not the intention. I'm not here to argue about the underlying motive for doing such a large annexation. I'm looking at how will it actually impact the county. And I think that impact may be destructive. I know there has been outreach, but accurate information is not necessarily truth. In fact, in most cases, facts are not the truth. The process has not built trust in government. I think there's some people here who want to speak today. A lot of issues, I have people calling me and it's 50-50. Sometimes it's extreme, it's 80-20. And it's difficult as an elected official to decide how to move forward where there's a faction that's unhappy with the outcome. This is a rare situation where 100% of the people I've heard from are against it. And they're asking, how is the county a party to this, allowing it to move forward? my proposed action does not preclude collaboration on an annexation that would be a win-win. I'm happy to see that happen. And I believe we should go to public comment and hear from the public before we get too far in depth in a discussion.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I served on this ad hoc for 3 years, from May of 2021 until June of 2024. I spent a considerable amount of time meeting with Supervisor Jurdy, the executive office, the cities of Ukiah and Willits. I've prepared some comments for today based on those 3 years of conversation and what I know as an elected official, as a supervisor for the County of Mendocino that works outside of both the City of Ukiah limits and the County of Mendocino. First, I'd like to actually start with a little, one of my favorite lessons about where the county supervisor's lines are. So the corner of Empire and State Street, Motel 6 North, that's the 5th district. That's Supervisor Williams' district. McDonald's, that's my district. That's the 2nd district. Ford Road and State Street, the former Carl's Jr., that's the 1st district. That's Supervisor Klein's district. So just so you all have kind of an understanding of how important it is that the 5th, 1st, and 2nd district supervisors work together for the betterment of the community, I wanted to lay out that visual representation. I also wanted to go way back to 2019 when Supervisor Williams endorsed my campaign for supervisor. And his quote was, "As a Ukiah council member, Mo has been a true partner on city-county issues and will bring the same collaborative, systems-based approach to addressing our regional challenges on the Board of Supervisors. Mo sees the big picture for fire and EMS services in the county and will ensure fiscal accountability from service providers and county partners. Mo understands that city-centered growth and robust transportation systems protect our wildlands, agriculture, and tourism while improving our quality of life and helping us reach our climate goals. As the supervisor for the neighboring district, I look forward to working with Mo on long overdue Ukiah annexations, revenue sharing, improving our roads, and access to vital services for the benefit of all Mendocino County residents. I appreciate her ability to engage in important and challenging community conversations. Join me in supporting Mo Mulherin for 2nd District Supervisor." So as I said, Supervisor Jurdy and I worked on the tax sharing ad hoc for 3 years before we brought that plan to the board last year. At that time, we had a balanced area map from the City of Ukiah and City of Fort Bragg, which would require them to take in economically disadvantaged areas to balance the loss of sales tax revenue. In an opening question, John Bacher, the county's special counsel, said that this plan was more favorable towards the county because it has a sales tax sharing agreement and gives the county time to adjust for the revenue lost, and the city begins with services right away. So that will be a challenge. The plan that we created tries to balance the loss of revenue with the increase of economic improvements, and that can be developed with the city's urban planning and municipal services in a way that the county can accomplish, as we simply do not provide many of the services, including water and sewer. At the time, we were working off of previous City of Ukiah Council guidance for the sphere of influence and hadn't had direction from the current council. This year, in coordination with the Willow County Water and Millview Water District boards, the City Council began to look at annexing areas that covered those service boundaries that would incorporate the new water JPA. I think that there has been a lot of misunderstanding in the public about the LAFCO and annexation process. And now that we know the area is still similar to what was in the Master Tax Sharing Agreement approved in 2024 and continues to provide a balance of taking in the less affluent areas. This is the second item that has come forward on something that I worked with county and city staff for 3 years to develop. At first, I didn't know what to expect from Supervisor Klein's item about the agreement, and at that time asked the board to continue to let the ad hoc work with the city and executive office to handle the details that need to be worked out before a final plan was created. I'm still going to ask for that direction today. Although I haven't attended any workshops because I'm not on the ad hoc, I have watched city council meetings and planning commission meetings, and many of the people that are hosting no annexation signs have come to public meetings, and I think they have said there should be some annexation. And I think it's worth continuing the process to get questions answered and see if the annexation should move forward in a different format or size or not. Today's action would not prevent that work from continuing, but would instead start a 5-year clock where the county would need to continue to provide information and does not meet Supervisor Williams' goal of financial savings. The CEO for 3 years told the ad hoc that we couldn't afford to lose the tax revenue because there was No financial projection that determined that, and in fact, it's because the county has been over budget for decades. 3 to 6 million was the average carry forward that Lloyd Weir came forward with each year when he was the auditor, and in the last few years, it's been more in the $1 to $3 million range. When considering the loss of revenue, the board and the public also need to consider the reduced expenses as well as the increased property value. And then there are some financially intangible things as well. In my opinion, at the end of the day, the county will continue to be broke whether there is an annexation or not. This year, staff presented us a budget that was $23 million over our revenues. The city of Ukiah getting a portion of sales tax to provide services is not going to solve the county's budget crisis. We ended up having to use one-time funds to yet again balance the budget. If the county can't increase its revenues and reduce its costs way beyond $3 million, we will continue to remain stagnant, and our community overall will not see improvements from either the city or the county. This might be my only opportunity to publicly address this item again since campaigning, and I wanted to provide a few examples of where the city of Ukiah has had to step in where the county has not, in these specific areas that appear to be part of a future annexation request. I think it's important that we are transparent about the challenges that both the city and county have and where we can coordinate strengths. I'll start with the Bella Vista housing project on the south end of Ukiah in the 5th District. This is formerly known as Gardens Gate and was required to have an open space in a park by the county. After decades, we had a new developer and approval by the Board of Supervisors. And when the county was asked how they could help with the required park with their facilities department, they could do nothing. We sat in a meeting, everybody wrung their hands and said, "We can't figure out how to help you. Have a good day." City of Ukiah stepped in and figured out how their parks department could help maintain a park that was required by the county, figured out what the cost would be, and not because they would make money to do it, but because they understand and know that housing is so important that they needed to do it. This housing would be middle market for working professionals like doctors, firefighters, law enforcement, teachers, all very important to create a thriving, well-rounded community and economy, and would also have senior bungalows, which would allow some people in existing housing to move into smaller, more manageable places and free up existing housing again for working families. It's my understanding that this project is still going through county planning and the roads processes, and I'm not sure when it will move forward. The other project that is much needed market rate housing to our community is on the north end of town and would be 157 units. Again, stalled because the county does not have water and won't let the project move forward until there's a connection that can serve the area. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but I do believe that's a problem that annexation could help solve. Now, do I know and understand that for both of these projects, there are market influences and that have also inhibited construction from moving forward? Yes, absolutely. And that there need to be changes made to the board policies, the county policies, such as removing the inclusionary housing ordinance, which was approved by the previous board. Is an annexation going to magically make these developments occur? Of course not, because the city is better prepared to provide public works services like water, sewer, and parks maintenance, as well as electricity, and has a knowledgeable staff to be able to move the projects forward, I believe they have a better chance of being built if the city annexes than if they don't. When you look at these two housing projects that have not been developed in the county for decades, with the loss of our property tax to our community over the last 27 years is $47 million. That's $2.3 million a year, roughly from what those properties could have been bringing into our community. The county only gets 11% of property tax, so that's about $261,000 a year for each project, which of course, over the course of 15 years, the projection is $3.9 million to the county's general fund. And again, do I think eventually the county might be able to get these projects across the finish line? Sure, but I think the city of Ukiah can do it a lot faster. So I'd like to talk about the law enforcement response in the possible future annexation area. If you look at our Civic Assist data, you can see that this area that is proposed to be annexed has a very heavy impact on calls to the sheriff's office. When the people at Oak Creek Commons were struggling with an excessive amount of calls to the sheriff's office, it was the city of Ukiah that stepped in to help me have a conversation with the developer so that we could get a fence put across and keep people out that were camping in the creek near the apartments. Also, this particular creek happens to be on the city-county line, and the Ukiah Police Department was regularly going in and getting people out of the creek, and there was no longer anyone camping there. But this is about more than just the people camping in the creek. This is about keeping the people that are housed so that they are not back on the street. And to this day, there's an average of 1 call per day to those apartments by the sheriff's office, and that's incredibly expensive. And as a matter of fact, I took a look at some of the top 4 locations that I could think of, which are potentially in the proposed annexation area. They all have a high volume of calls, and if you use the average rate of $180 for our deputies, you could potentially see annual savings of $500,000 to $798,000 a year at the sheriff's office. Now, would that be saved by not patrolling those areas, or would that free up deputies to go to other areas? And I want to be clear, this doesn't mean that the city of Ukiah would simply take on the expense of patrolling those apartments or those areas, because they handle things differently within the city. They are more active and engaged in working with developers and the county to make sure that the issues in their apartments or facilities are addressed. I think it would be great if the sheriff and his leadership team could take a serious look at what it would be like to no longer patrol this area and what the savings would be, or more likely, what could be done in other areas of the county like Covelo and on the coast. There are still many discussions to be had with the sheriff and the chief of UPD that can and should continue to figure out what is the best way to provide service. As a reminder, this master tax sharing agreement doesn't change realignment funds. So the 91 and 2011 realignment funds also come to the county for public safety, including the sheriff's office, jail, probation, and behavioral health. I'd like to talk a little bit about the social services and behavioral health budget, because the new members of the board and some members of the public may not know that a previous board voted to reduce general funds dollars to these departments to the minimum amount allowed possible. So your general fund amount that goes to behavioral health is $23,000 match. That's it. And to social services, it's a few $100,000 to specific programs, again, required match by law. The master tax sharing agreement has little effect on these amounts, and that work will continue. I'd like to talk about another area of savings to the county, and that is roads. If you review the 20-year plan, you'll see that there is a $15 million in projects that would be in the annex area over the next 10 years. In 2930, there's $6.5 million for North State Street, South State Street, North State Street, and Calpella. And 3132, Brush Street, South Door Street, Oak Knoll, Laws, and Tedford. And in 3334, $7 million for the area near the high school and on the southern end of town. That's $15 million that would be saved by the county. Now, will that be used somewhere else, or will that be counted as a savings? That will be up to a future board of supervisors. So as a reminder, the executive office does not offer individual board members support. We are required to work on initiatives by ourselves if the board does not agree to help fund it. With that being said, I have other examples of how the city has had to step in and help with a community problem outside their service area when the county was again wringing its hands and saying, we don't have money, we can't do anything to help you. When there was an encampment on the abandoned railroad, I was tasked with personally working to disband it without support from the executive office. Eventually, I was able to help people remove from the encampment with the help of the sheriff's office and some outreach from social services special projects team. Again, I was asked without help from the executive office to figure out how to get 20 tons of trash out of the area. The first quote was $291,000, which of course we didn't have the money for. City of Ukiah stepped in and helped it get cleaned up for $20,000. I think it can't be underestimated the impact to the community because of this encampment, not only to business owners and nearby residents, and I thank the City of Ukiah for stepping in and helping me handle that situation. When I first got on the board, I asked for support to fund a homeless trash program, to be able to pick up trash, and again, the board hemmed and hawed and said, yeah, good idea, but we don't have any money. And since there was a job that needed to be done, I bought a truck and I got to work. For 4 years, I picked up trash myself. Sometimes with the help of people from encampments, often with the help of the City of Ukiah, and even once with the police chief. This year, I decided that me personally picking up trash and having volunteers clean up encampments is not a sustainable path, so I asked for help internally to come up with a proposal to submit to the state to try and get some funding to have a contractor do it. I was told no, that a staff member would not help me. I happened to mention it at a regular meeting with the city, and they volunteered a team member to help me submit it. Not because they had to, but because they see the benefit to the community. I could go on and on about the Russian River Watershed Agency and the Water Power Commission, Eel Russian River Authority, Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Great Redwood Trail Agency, and other organizations that the city has partnered with that reduce costs to the county and support the community. The way that the city has helped with the Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority and stabilizing that agency and providing support can't actually be financially enumerated, as the cost to burdening the planet with illegal waste is hard to articulate. Thankfully, they have been able to work with the hauler and get a handle on the illegal dumping all over the county and have started hazardous waste pickups again to much success, which I have spoken about during my supervisor reports. I haven't had the time to go through every single scenario, and I have many more. I don't think that everything that the city does is right, and I don't think that everything that the county does is wrong. We have strengths and weaknesses, and I think the ad hoc and the executive office, the other elected officials, can work together to figure out what the true costs and benefits are. Yes, there will be challenges in creating some of the accounting to track progress, but once there's a system set up, it should be less difficult to maintain. I think that between the ad hoc, the executive office, and elected officials, they can work with the public to discuss the size of the annexation in a way that can get the most agreement. The city of Ukiah has recently issued a press release to make sure that the public understands that they are slowing down the process to engage in more community conversation, and this is an opportunity about the right to discuss the right to farm ordinance, the zoning or utility concerns to be addressed by the public and the city and the ad hoc. I support the continued work of the ad hoc, but terminating the master tax sharing agreement is unnecessary at this time.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So my first question was going to be to Supervisor Williams, why now? But I think it's been clear, and you know, he stated that it's more about the scope of the project than the tax sharing agreement. Was it a good idea for the board to sign on to the agreement at the time? I don't know. I don't think they had all the information in front of them to make an educated decision. I think Supervisor Haschek at the time asked a lot of good questions that didn't necessarily get answered. I don't think those questions have been answered today. I still don't think that we have the information in front of us to know whether or not this is a great deal or even a fair deal. But I think it's important that the public understands, and I say that because I did speak to some people last week that are heavily invested in opposing this, and they didn't know that if we rescind this tax sharing agreement today, it does nothing for 5 years to stop the city of Ukiah from continuing down this process. It takes 5 years for that agreement to become null and void. So I'm a little bit concerned about the message that it sends by rescinding this agreement. Does it, in a sense, fire a shot across the city of Ukiah's bow saying, hey, we're against this? Yeah, absolutely. But I think it sends another message that you can sit down for 2 years or 3 years and discuss an agreement and then get it passed. And then a year later, the counties can be quick to the draw to rescind that application. And I struggle with that, because I was really hoping that the ad hoc committee of Supervisor Klein and myself were going to be given the opportunity to negotiate down the scope of this proposal to something that the county could live with and that was more palatable to the community. Is the city of Ukiah going to be willing to trust the county going forward in those discussions? I don't know. I'm not sure I would if we rescind this tax sharing agreement. I've looked at a lot of these agreements, and this is by far nowhere near the worst one. It's probably up near the top as being one of the better ones I've seen. So I know there's a lot of people here from the public that want to come up and talk, and I'm happy that you're all here. As far as I'm concerned, the proposal that the city of Ukiah has put in front of all of you is unacceptable to me from a county's perspective, but just know that if the board does decide today to vote to rescind this agreement, it does nothing to what you're battling with the city of Ukiah over today. I think it would hurt, in my opinion, it would hurt any kind of relationship the county has currently with the city. So just please all keep that in mind. And I truly look forward to hearing what your concerns are with this. Either the tax sharing agreement is what's on the agenda. The agreement itself is not on here, which led me to believe that it was more about the proposal. But I do look forward to hearing, what your concerns are. And that's it. So thank you.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Norvell, for your comments. I agree with a lot of the things that you brought up here today. I have some concerns about withdrawing from our tax agreement, not based on the premise of what's in the agreement, but based off of our worth is our word, whether we're individuals or we're organizations. And I ran for this board because I was concerned about the decision-making that was happening for our county and for what leadership we were providing. And I've seen this board waver on its decision-making. Sometimes a meeting will, in the past, they have decided to support something, and the very next meeting it flips, and that's sending the wrong message to our community. That's a problem. That's not sound leadership. And so I'm concerned about withdrawing from the agreement in that regard. I think it's damaging in our relationship with our 4 cities. That being said, I'm here to listen. I'm glad we have the public's participation today, and I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you.
Hey, well, I voted against this agreement last year, and like Supervisor Norvell said, the questions I had at that time are still the same questions, and it looked like it was a bad deal for the county. We were hearing that from the executive office. We were hearing it from the sheriff. And we're still hearing those concerns about the finances for the county. So for me, this is I do hate to go back on an agreement, but at the same time, it's what is really, we need to look at the viability of our finances as a county, any kind of structural issues, and are we creating more structural issues for our finances? All of those issues go into this. I guess when Supervisor Norvell said that if we rescinded this agreement and there'd be a 5-year period where nothing would happen, I think that if we were to rescind the agreement, that LAFCO would take that into consideration in their approval, and they would hopefully be very reticent to agree to something that wasn't even an agreement anymore. So I think that it would have an impact on how we move forward. And then, I asked County Council about what are some of our options, and also what happens if we rescinded this, Ukiah went forward with their proposal, and LAFCO agreed to it, then what happens in 5 years? What kind of position are we in? And so I think that the response I got from County Council is that there'd be a series of fact-finding, kind of mediation, and then arbitration. And so that process would be, the intent of the process would be that both sides would come together and try to figure out a reasonable way forward at that point. But that's just that scenario if this agreement were approved and we were to rescind if we were to rescind the agreement and yet the city of Ukiah went forward with the proposal. Is that a fair enough synopsis of the options?
You're looking to me, and so just because of that, I'll make a few clarifying comments as to your summary. The question being, if there were no master tax sharing agreement, whether that's because it's terminated and in 5 years, given the clauses of the agreement, it requires that it does take 5 years to become effective, and the county does need to honor the agreement in that 5-year period. At that point in time, the options are negotiate a new agreement at any point during the time leading up to that process, coming to some other agreement or some other master tax sharing agreement, or the provisions in the Revenue and Tax Code Section 99 outline a process where if an agreement is not reached through other means, such as was reached by the previous ad hoc and approved by this board a year ago, Section 99 of the Revenue and Tax Code lays out a process to for the county and the city to share in the costs of first a fiscal analysis. If that doesn't lead to an agreement through that point, the second option is mediation, sharing in the cost of a mediator, and a third option is sharing in the cost then of an arbitrator. All of these are really, I think, tools to help the county and city in reach an agreement by investing resources into an outcome of a desired agreement. But of course, as with any annexation, the city and county can come to a mutual agreement without utilizing those steps in the Revenue Tax Code. That's just the default if an agreement is not reached through negotiation separately.
So I think I'm with Supervisor Williams in saying, tax sharing agreements need to happen. There are certainly situations throughout our county where different cities want to annex areas, and I think that needs to be looked at individually. I think that with this tax sharing agreement and the proposal we have forward from the city of Ukiah is that the Board of Supervisors at this point doesn't have a say in whether that goes forward or not. And so we are kind of, my understanding is our only option is to either let the process go forward or, rescind the agreement, and hopefully that has an impact on LAFCO, and we deal with coming up with a new agreement or deal with the cities individually as we go along. Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Again, I'm looking at the impact. If this proposal or anything like it moves forward to completion, the county will have to have a layoff. Layoff will affect public safety. You don't have any padding left at this county. Your cost of doing business is going up every year at a faster pace than your revenue. So until that problem is satisfied, any type of annexation of this sort, whether the county is losing 1 million, 3 million, 10 million, you're literally laying off public protection staff, because that's the only card you have left. There's nothing else to trim in this county. We're already not maintaining parks. We're already not maintaining roads. We didn't find money to boost the road fund. Can we go to CEO Antle briefly? CEO, what is your projection? Is the county able to get back on track and meet all mandates? Do we have a plan for that today?
No, if I may, through the chair. No, we don't have a plan. That's why we put together the budget ad hoc, and we're starting to work on those things. You're looking at a $16 million deficit going into 26, 27. Again, it's due to declining revenue throughout the county.
And follow-up question, do you foresee this annexation proposal benefiting the county's financial position or worsening?
As we say here today, and not having received any financial information from the city at this point, just from our assumptions, I would say it impacts us greatly, and that in a negative way. And again, your largest budget item is public safety, including all of public safety, and that meaning sheriff, jail, Chief Locatelli in probation and juvenile hall, public defender, alt defender, and the district attorney. All those items remain our expense, and you're paying close to 70% of your general fund goes to those areas.
Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. Yeah, Supervisor Williams, everything you just said, I agree with 100%, without a doubt. We're in trouble, and this proposal does not help us. But the proposal is not on the agenda today. Rescinding this is, and rescinding this agreement does absolutely nothing for the proposal in front of us. So that's where I'm struggling. I think, at least I hope, that the city of Ukiah has got the message from the public that they're not buying into this. And I think from a county perspective, we're in a pretty good place to sit down with them and negotiate. And if we can come to a spot that doesn't hurt the county, and is, like I said, is palatable to the community, I think we're doing everybody a favor. I think most of the people that I've talked to that are against this proposal are not against annexation, same way as you are. And I'm not either. I think it has its place. But without giving the ad hoc the ability to negotiate this and see what's going to happen, I think is a failure on our part, because if we don't like it, I disagree with you, Chair, that LAFCO is going to see us rescinding this agreement as a message. Our message can be, if the city continues to go forward with this, we can pass a resolution in opposition stating all of the reasons why we're against it. I think that's our opportunity to do that. So the opportunity to rescind this resets every year. We don't have just this July 1 to do this. And if through negotiations and meetings with the county and hearing from the public, if we're not satisfied, the first thing, I can promise you, the first thing that this ad hoc board will do will bring back an agenda item to rescind this tax sharing agreement. I have no doubt about that. I think doing it today limits our opportunity to make this work. And that's how I see it now.
Supervisor Williams.
Question for Supervisor Norvell. Are you against the second half of the proposed recommended action? Starting with authorized notification of the signatory cities and Mendocino LAFCO.
I'm sorry, read it to me again.
Yeah, authorized notification of the signatory cities and Mendocino LAFCO, and that the county anticipates the proposed annexation would create a substantial risk to the provision of mandated public protection services consistent with the framework established by the Mendocino County Policy Number 13.
Yeah, no, I'm against the proposal. I think it hurts us. I think it's way too big. I don't want to really get into the city's business, but I think they got way out ahead of themselves. I think they did the process the wrong way. I think they should have met with the community and heard their ideas and then submitted some ideas. Instead, they did it their way, and here we are, right?
Can you support that part of the recommended action?
I can't. I mean, like, I've had these discussions with the city of Fort Bragg and told them 6 weeks ago that this was probably coming. They were fine with it. I mean, they liked the tax sharing agreement, and I did as well when I was there, but they don't have any plans. You know, their hands are full with the mill site.
Sorry, Supervisor, clarifying point. What I'm getting at is, could you support the second half of the recommended action, not terminating the agreement, but notifying LAFCO of the position it puts the county in?
I support that idea, but I mean, I don't think we know what position it puts us in. I don't think you guys had the information when this was put in front of you to vote on a year ago, and I still don't think we had that information in front of us. I mean, I've heard 14 of the top 25. I've heard recently 9 of the top 25. So I don't know. I don't know. My best guess today is this absolutely does hurt us, but I don't have that information to make that decision. I don't. If you have it, I would love to see it.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. I wanted to speak as the other half of the ad hoc to answer Supervisor Williams' question, which for those that don't have the agenda in front of them, direct the executive office to notify LAFCO that the county anticipates the proposed annexation would create a substantial risk to the provision of mandated public protection services consistent with Policy 13. I don't have an issue with that in concept, but Supervisor Williams, we don't have an official application in front of us at this point. If the City of Ukiah has a finalized application a month, 2 months, 5 months from now, and it looks exactly the same as what their proposed application looks like right now, absolutely, we should be notifying LAFCO. We're 100% against this because it will be damaging and the community does not support it. But at this point in time, we need to let the process progress further, let the negotiations take place, let the ad hoc work with the city of Ukiah, let the elected officials collaborate and find something that is workable. If we don't have good faith from our partners, then absolutely we should withdraw from this agreement. But we are so early in the process, some of this work is not yet done.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, one last point. I conceptually agree with the point that we don't have all the information. Let's wait until we do. I don't believe this county, you ever will. Your entire term, you will never have that information. Your county's staff has told you, they don't have the funds, they don't have the workforce to develop those answers. So at some point, this is going to move forward without enough information. I've been here long enough to know that's the pattern. There's certain information that seems plausible, county should be able to provide it. This county will not be able to. It doesn't have the capabilities, it doesn't have the systems, it doesn't have the funds, it doesn't have the workforce. So what do we do in the scenario where all the information that's available is what you have today?
Well, I think I would have voted the same way.
Supervisor Norvell.
My apologies, Chair. I most likely would have voted the same way I would have voted as a board member here in June, and no, because I didn't have the information in front of me. So to climb on what Supervisor Klein said, if we get to that point, 100% behind you on this. Again, it's a bad deal for the county, this proposal. I don't see the benefit that's being presented to us as a benefit. But I don't want to say agree to that because I don't have the information. Because I don't have the information. I don't have it. If we get to a point where we're just stopped because we can't get the information, then I would support you that we cannot go forward with this because we don't have the information to prove that it's not going to hurt the county. And I tend to agree with you. It's probably going to, but I can't make that decision today because I don't have that information in front of me.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'd like to ask staff, and if we have the tax collector and assessor, that would be helpful, but starting with CEO Antle, do you envision your team being able to provide the information the supervisors are requesting in time to take a position?
If I may, through the chair, I believe that we've heard that from the other departments, and I know the assessors in the office and the descriptions that she needs for to do the property tax evaluation, which is a huge lift, I believe, but Katrina's here. I don't want to speak for her. We are able to look at the sales tax number, and to Supervisor Norvell's point before, when we started discussing this, there were 14 of our top payer sales tax providers in the area to the north here in Ukiah. That number in our most recent report has gone down to 10, partially because some of the folks in that area aren't doing as well as the economy has turned down. So there's just been a little bit of shift in the sales area for that, for the north of Ukiah. And Katrina Bartlemay is here if Katrina would like to speak on the lift that her office does for these various annexations.
Assessor. We don't have an exact map. We haven't mapped it out because it's not that far in the process. From what I can see, it's about 2,600 parcels that are involved in both south of Ukiah and north of Ukiah. That, you know, there's ag land, there's residential, there's bare land, there's, you know, a lot of different types of properties there. And again, you know, it's still in the beginning of it. I don't mind annexation, but you know, I think there's a time and a place, and right now, if I had to lay off people, it would hurt the county.
How long do you think it will take your office to conduct the research to provide supervisors the answers they need to make to form a position?
Probably a month to 6 weeks. We're just closing, you know, the roll now, and then we have a lot of work next month to do to get all the reports out. So maybe 2 months from here on out, and we could get a what it was assessed at as of January 1st. And we do have lists that we were able to run that have that, but putting it together, to where it's comprehensible or comprehensive would be the work.
And if I may follow up through the chair, I don't see auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, Ms. Cubbison's in the room. Oh, there she is. Hi. So yes, she's here.
Okay, Ms. Cubbison.
Good morning, Chair Huschak, members of the board. I don't know exactly what the question is at this point in time, but I will let you know that there are multiple, as we discussed at previous meeting, approximately 30 to 35 different tax rate areas, and every one of those tax rate areas will have to be calculated individually to determine the impact. And then that tax rate area will be recalculated every year, estimated for the next 15 to 20 years as that tax sharing agreement is being implemented. It was my suggestion previously that we consider whether or not we would be contracting with Aumentum to hopefully provide some support in assisting in calculating that, so that staff is not pulled off of extending the role and adding all of the special district direct assessments for this current year. So obviously the impact depends on when they submit a completed application, which includes an accurate legal description and parcel list for the assessor to review. And then the assessor's office has to do their part and then send it over to the auditor's office in order for us to even try to quantify what that amount looks like. I would also like to point out that there is already a prior annexation that I believe is still subject to this tax sharing agreement, and that is the City of Ukiah Western Hills annexation that has already been approved. So I believe, unless there's some way that you find a way to rescind the agreement entirely, this is already going to be moving forward to be implemented for that annexation.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, follow-up question. What do you think the best case and worst case measured in months for your office to get the work done necessary for the supervisors to understand the financial impacts?
My guess is probably 30 to 60 days after we receive it from the assessor's office. Unfortunately, I think there are statutory requirements once they submit an actual official application. And so, that is definitely an impact and a consideration if they do submit a formal application, because there are statutory timelines. So we will be much more hard pressed to potentially need to use a consultant in order to do those calculations.
Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So if we get to a point where the City of Ukiah doesn't budge and we're against this and the community's still against this, and we want to pass a resolution to send to LAFCO, you're going to need all that information to make your case anyway. I mean, I don't think it's going to carry any weight just to say we're opposed this because, it's going to hurt us and we can't justify it. So we need all that information anyway. It would have been great to have it for today. It would have been great to have it a year ago, but we don't have it. So that's where I'm stuck.
All right. Well, I wanted to clarify one thing, is that the ad hoc, and looking back at the agenda item, and I think we approved the agenda item as it was to direct staff to conduct analysis of financial and operational impact of the City of Ukiah's proposed change of organization and annexation as discussed at the April 16th, 2025 City Council meeting. And so when I hear this talk about we're negotiating with the city, I don't think that's the role of the county at this point. And maybe I could look to county council is that the role of the ad hoc in this process? Because my understanding was we did, what the agenda item said. We formed the ad hoc to do that.
So I don't have in front of me the specific direction for the ad hoc that was created recently, but I would refer to that item. I think there are, and if I'm going down the wrong track, let me know, interrupt me. I think there's two things. If we have a master tax sharing agreement. We have an agreement. There is a process when you don't have an agreement that you negotiate toward. The way you get to negotiating that agreement is receiving the parcel list. Assessor provides that to the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. They then calculate the impacts of the proposed annexation for whichever, on behalf of whichever party we're negotiating. I don't know that I would have to revisit the code to see if that is still a process that is utilized when you already have a master tax sharing agreement that is operative. This board has given some direction to analyze the impacts of the annexation regardless, but I do think we don't have the final scope of that yet. We're still in the early stages of our operative agreement to meet with the city and hear more about that as provided in the agreement. But again, as to the ad hoc, I defer to this board, and I can do a little digging right now to clarify the scope.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So to be clear, there has been no negotiations. We've had one meeting. We heard from the city of Ukiah why they feel this is a good idea to do it this way. We heard their timeline of submit in July and be done by December. When I say negotiate, the idea was, which I think we have a very clear idea of at least a majority of how the board feels about the scope of this proposal, was to share that with the city of Ukiah and see if they're willing to scale down and make it more palatable. I mean, I think it's very clear what the issues for the county are. I think Supervisor Williams has made them very clear. You know, it's a financial thing for us, and if we're either going to support it or not, but we have to be able to sit down with them in a room and hear them out. And honestly, if they move forward with their current proposal, I don't think it gets past the ballot. So I think we're in a good position to hear from the city of Ukiah on how they're, going to readdress this.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
An aspect we haven't discussed is government is moving in a direction that's not backed by the people. Unless you're hearing from people who are supportive, I'm puzzled, because I know what it feels like to hear from a vocal minority. People who are against something are more likely to pick up the phone and call. I don't think that's the case here. I think most of the people in the proposed annexed area are not in favor, and I hear their frustration. They express it to me. If a city were talking about annexing my home, I would have that same frustration that they have. Why am I not being heard? And so I have trouble with, as a board, I imagine we're hearing from the same people, and we're brushing it off that we somehow know better, that we think that there's an avenue where this could turn out, rather than truly representing the people who are speaking up.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so I thought I was very clear that I'm against the proposal that the city of Ukiah has put forward. I've 100% heard from probably the same people that you have, but this agenda item does nothing to address that. The decision a year ago to wait for the information to pass this would have been the proper process, so here we are. I am not hearing from the public. I support their opposition to this equally, but what I'm concerned about is going back on something that we agreed on when we don't know whether it's right or it's wrong. I didn't put us in this position. I'm just here trying to figure it out. I support the public in their opposition to this 100%. I'm hearing every word they said. I'm looking forward to hearing everything else they say today. But if this agenda item and rescinding this tax sharing agreement put a stop to what the city of Ukiah is trying to do today, it'd be an easy yes vote for me. But again, it does nothing. It doesn't do anything to stop them for 5 years. And I don't think we're allowing for the opportunity to allow this process to go up. Maybe the city of Ukiah ends up not submitting to LAFCO anything, maybe they do their due diligence and go through the process with their community and present something that the community can actually support. Because I have talked to several people that oppose this adamantly, but are not against annexation. They understand it. And it's unfortunate that we're in this position because the city of Ukiah, in my opinion, did the process backwards. But here we are. And I think I can't support this right now because I don't know if it's good or bad. And like I said, if voting yes on this agenda item stopped them dead in their tracks, that would be an easy vote for me, but it doesn't do that.
Supervisor Klein.
I agree with Supervisor Norvell's comments, and I would ask the chair that we move to public comment so that people can be heard.
We are going to do that. Okay. So, you've heard the discussion at the board, and so now we'll go to public comment. Let me just check with County Council. Do we have any timed agenda items for closed session?
1:15.
1:15. Okay. So we'll start with public comment.
Good morning. My name's Michael Bazzani. I'm a retired deputy sheriff coroner, former Ukiah Police Department officer, and I taught at the college for roughly 20 years, law enforcement related. What they're trying to put forward will not work for law enforcement. They're still not staffed to full capacity. I tried to do recruiting when I was at the college. 35 students, 2 different classes in the fall. I think I recruited 3 people over 14 years. So the climate for cops right now is still not good. So people just aren't going to do it. So if we leave it to them to take over the county area, it's going to be a disaster. It's going to stress them out. It's going to leave the city vulnerable, the county vulnerable. I just see it being a bad way to go. And what are we going to benefit from this? The people that are in this annexation area, there's nothing. They couldn't give us an answer at their last get-together. If you go to the calpolicycenter.org, City of Ukiah has an F rating. They are 441st out of 442 cities. They're almost dead last. They have an F overall rating. They don't have the money. I don't know where they're going to get all the money to do all this. They're just trying to cherry pick like they did when I was in the city. They cherry picked the north end of Ukiah from the fairgrounds forward, in and out. I mean, we go to calls for service. This is the county, this is the city. They cherry picked everything that had money attached to it, and we were left with crap as deputies. I don't want to see it happen again. I know what they're doing, and I adamantly oppose this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for this opportunity, and I appreciate hearing the back and forth that's been going on. I'm Janet Rosen. I'm a retired nurse and have been a homeowner and resident at the far end of South Unincorporated Ukiah, where South Dora changes its name. And I just want to share that I had an opportunity to speak with 2 city council people last week. And I congratulated them. I said, you've achieved every politician's dream. You have united the left wing, the right wing, and the great apathetic we don't care wing, including everybody who lives in my neighborhood down there at the end of South Dora, along with the farmers and the small business people. The problem is you have united them in opposition to this arrogant takeover you're doing. So congratulations, and be prepared for a heck of a fight. And I sat there with them and I heard them out, and essentially the only thing I heard, and I will not call the person out by name, because this is not about ad hominem attacks. Well, if people only understood the benefits, they'd be reasonable and understand what we're doing. And that, my friends, is not an argument. That is not debatable. That is pure arrogance. And the message I took away was, what I heard underneath it was, you poor benighted rural people just don't understand big cities. I was born and raised in New York City. Spent 40 years living in San Francisco, okay? If the best argument they have is that they're uniting the water districts, I've got news for them. You don't have to annex. When New York City wanted to build a bridge across the Hudson, they did not annex New Jersey. They formed an authority to do it. When San Francisco wanted to build a bridge, they did not annex Marin County. They formed the Golden Gate Transit Authority or Bridge Authority. We don't need to politically unify the entire valley simply in order to make the water thing come together. It's a false argument. It holds, you should pardon the expression, no water. I admit I do not have a strong opinion either way on this tax sharing agreement. I came in prepared to say, get rid of it. I understand the reservations about doing that, but I did want to speak to the issue of annexation. And everybody I talk to in South Ukiah is against it. And thank you for standing up for us.
Okay.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for bringing this tax sharing agreement. My name is Julie Golden. I'm a farmer, and there's a lot of things going on. A lot of this we just heard is about water. A lot of this is about, you know, what they're calling annexation, and they're saying we weren't able to do annexation until a tax sharing agreement was put in place. But I just thought I heard from County Council that you will have negotiating power if there isn't a tax sharing agreement. So the Board of Supervisors and the City Council in Ukiah could have an agreement and a negotiation if they wanted to move forward in an annexation. The tax sharing dissolves your negotiation capabilities. Where does that put us? Where does that put us? Watching ad hocs with closed doors where, as a community member, I can't be there. I don't know what's going on. When I go to the City Council's meeting or the city's little presentation last week and I asked for a copy of what their project looked like, they said, no, we've just submitted a letter of intent to LAFCO. Well, I did a Public Records Act request and I got their letter of intent and the other document they didn't share with me at the meeting, at their public meeting, that was their project summary that was updated in January of 2025. So they must have been working on it in the fall, maybe in the summer. And have we seen it? No. So what we're talking about is tax sharing, you're saying, is just they get to do it. They get to move forward. We don't have any leverage. I agree with Supervisor Hashak. It will send a message to LAFCO. It will state that we are adamantly against it. We tied our hands with this tax sharing agreement, and the only thing we can do is say we're going to transition out of it. Because what you're going to do is when you transition out of something, you renegotiate the terms for a new one. And that's what I would support at this point in time. That you transition out of it, you renegotiate terms for a new one, or if it rolls out in 5 years, then at least you guys can sit down at the table, and as a constituent in the county, we could come forward and you guys could negotiate, because I believe this tax sharing agreement takes away your terms of negotiation is what I've just heard. And I would appreciate you considering that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's it for public comment in the chamber.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jill Ells, and I have lived in the 5th District for over 35 years. I feel that the annexation of Ukiah could not come at a worse time. You want to shift our dollars, and when our county is struggling to keep services open, you present on the growth of the roads in this area while tearing up the existing roads to foster growth in the area. I would suggest that you complete the projects you are currently working on before setting your sights on the outer-lying areas. I have lived in Mendocino County all my life, and the one thing I don't see is a focus on our youth. We have lost the bowling alley. We've lost the skating rink. I don't see a team center. I would like to see Ukiah do more to enhance the lives of our youth rather than spend the time and effort to expand out. You want to bring Ukiah to our front door. You are asking us to follow under city ordinance and regulations without telling us how that would impact our current lives. You want to grow the Ukiah population towards us without the thought of how that would impact us. Where I live, we don't see law enforcement come into the area, except on the rare occasion, and that's mostly for a dog that might present as being mean. You want our money, but what are you offering in return? Right now is the time for us to come together and help the entire county make it through the tough times of our economy and not focus on a land grab, or shift of dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sherry Patton Hens Brown, and I live on Stutzman Road, which is on the other side with the annexation. So I have been going to the Planning Commission, going to watching the City Council, Board of Supervisors, Historic Board of Supervisors, and I can appreciate the rock and the hard place everybody is in right now. What I'm most concerned about, though, is first of all, is your Rita Meyer grant program that you just authorized with a county sharing, not this year, but in the next year, and the next year, and the next year. And I'm most concerned about county employee salaries that you just said, yes, we need to move that up. So the only solution that I can see after going through all these meetings is that the message I get from the city is the county needs to stay in their lane, which doesn't really give me a whole lot of confidence that they're going to be working in a collaborative fashion. Pretty much they've told the people that are involved it's to pay for what the city of Ukiah has already built, was one of the things that they mentioned, which means my area is unprotected and negatively affected as well. So the only thing that I can see from looking at these things and would like to recommend is go through and in that conversation with the city for now. I understand it's going to be a trust situation and trust rebuilding. However, the county's going to bite the bullet for 5 years. You're going to lose money. You're going to lose these things unless LAFCO goes through. But in 5 years, this grant sharing that is supposed to be going on for 10 years for Rita Meyer will be at a cost where you're not going to be able to afford to match that grant match. Maybe in 5 years, you guys can come up with solutions to be able to match that, but I do not see how the city, if the city goes through, you're going to lose money for 5 years, regardless if you end this contract, but in 5 years, you'll be in a different place to negotiate, and hopefully you'll have enough money to be able to afford to be able to meet the challenges.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. Good afternoon. Oh, good morning still. So I come to make a couple of points here. First one is to demonstrate to you exactly why I became a welder instead of a public speaker. So you'll see. And that's best I got. I don't know. So, I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. How am I doing? See, there you go.
And I need to turn on my mic, so.
Okay. So the only criteria the county can use to disapprove of any annexation under the existing tax sharing agreement is financial equity. Money isn't everything. There are other reasons folks live, work, and start a business where they do. The county and the city have different views of the proper role in government in our daily lives. The city wants to be more involved. The county takes a more laissez-faire view of governance. Indeed, in a recent interview, a city council member said she supports annexation because it would allow the city to require builders to install curbs, gutters, and sidewalks. I would rather decide for myself if I want to install curbs, gutters, and sidewalks at my house on Boonville Road, 2.8 miles from State Street. I don't have chickens, but my neighbors do, and I don't want them to have a permit to own one. We know from our long history the county is good with having chickens sans permits. The city is an unknown. The council can change their mind at any time, but I believe the city currently requires such a permit. I don't really know, but that's what I heard. So, big asterisk on that one. The subject came up if the city would trust the county, if the county rescinded this tax sharing agreement. My question is, should the board trust the city after the bait and switch tactic to triple their size? The workshops have been disingenuous at best. The city presents a lopsided view of facts and certainly only one side. They had a format that allowed the city to make a 45-minute pitch and then gave the audience 3 minutes each, questions only, no statements. When asked for a show of hands for anyone that supports the annexation, crickets. The tax sharing agreement is a contract which by definition is an agreement between two or more parties. If the cities and the county could agree to add language that gives the county the ability to meaningfully negotiate areas, oh great, my buddy's calling me. Anyway, so could agree to, I lost my attention. Add language that gives the county the ability to meaningfully negotiate areas to be annexed. One that would allow constituents' non-financial concerns be considered in the decision to annex or not. That could be a substitute for rescinding the current tax sharing agreement. If we don't make such a change, we should expect to see this scenario repeat itself. The board seeks to work through reinventing our economy, which we will see difficult times. In my view, we will see difficult times for 5 to 10 years. We're going to have it, folks. I mean, you're seeing it already. You're seeing our census go down. We're going to have tough times. But when you go out 5 or 10 years, if this annexation goes forward, the tax loss will be in full force about that time. We might not survive such a triple witching hour. How much? I got 38 seconds. Right? Let's see. So,
Sorry.
What?
That's your time.
Oh, I'm late?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further comment? Yeah, if you could, anyone else who's going to speak, could you get in line or so we can see at least 1 or 2 people? Thank you.
Good morning, Soups, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ken McCormick. I live in Ukiah. I've been in this community since 1987, and I'm not opposed to growth. And I agree the Ukiah Valley needs more economic opportunities. And I would agree and hope that my libertarian friend Ross Liberty would agree that economic opportunities are not created by government intervention. They are created best with non-intervention by free enterprise. Business activity fuels government, regardless of jurisdictions. Residents in the proposed annexation are overwhelmingly opposed to it. The reality, Bernie, is that in the end, it will be quashed by resident opposition. The city cannot manage its current city limits effectively. Transient activity is not shrinking, and disruption of business districts continue at a growing rate. I can testify to this. Sheriff Kendall is opposed to this agreement. Police Chief Corning testified at the recent Planning Commission that UPD has been unable to reach their target number of 32 officers over the past decade. How will he secure 3 times the footprint? This county cannot afford to share taxes. I urge at least one of you to courageously join Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hashak to reverse this agreement and send a message to the city of Ukiah that their annexation plan is not realistic. As for the concern over 5 years, you only have 4 left.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Lamanda Walker, and I actually live out in the Forks, but I am in the proposed annexation area. And sorry, I deal with a lot of anxiety, so it's rough for me to even be here, but I'm here because it's important to me. I moved to Ukiah almost 5 years ago when my son was diagnosed with autism. So I moved here for more services for my special needs child. I moved out in the Forks because it's close to Ukiah, but it's also out in the countryside, which is where I'm used to living growing up. And dealing with my anxiety, I don't like living where there's lots of people. I need my space. So it's kind of a struggle to hear that the city of Ukiah is trying to annex that far out. I do own chickens. One of the reasons is my special needs child loves animals, and he has begged for chickens. So it's not because of the eggs, it's because those are like his emotional support pets. Those help him when he's struggling. And so that's one of the many reasons. Another one I would like to also bring up is I had a friend who recently called the City of Ukiah Police Department to make a police report, non-emergency, on a Friday. They were told their office is closed and to call back on Monday. If they propose to make a wider spread, 3 times the size they are now, how are they going to be open to the public only 4 days a week at the police department? I can tell you I've had to call the sheriff's department and I've had an officer call me back or come to my home, doesn't matter what day of the week, 7 days a week. I also live in a lot of commercial area, so I hear it could be over at Thurston, car alarms going off, or it could be Fleet Pride's alarm that is very, very loud. And the sheriffs are there in a split second. I've actually seen many sheriffs show up and go through the entire building to make sure that there was nobody in there. So we have an amazing sheriff's department who has served our area out in the Forks amazingly, and to lose them and be part of the city would be detrimental to our area. And so I really, really would appreciate if you guys will be our voice. We need that. And I know that it's not just the Forks area, but it's many other areas in this annexation plan that the city of Ukiah has. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Jordan Poole, and in 2016 I bought 20,000 square feet of warehouse space. It was absolutely hammered right outside of city limits. Spent the last 10 years of my life remodeling it and making it a place where people can run businesses and operate with some lenience, county lenience. Most of my tenants are barely getting by, and I feel like this annexation will push them out further and, just really affect negatively businesses. And I just want to express my voice to say that I'm not for this annexation. Not a little bit, no annexation at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Suni Smith, and I live on Oak Knoll. I didn't come here because I was intending to talk, but what I want to say right now is I really appreciate the discussion that you all are having. I think it's very, very important that you talk amongst yourselves, you share your views, and possibly you actually need more time to talk amongst yourselves about this agenda item today. I don't know when you meet again, but maybe today is not the day to actually decide on this agenda item, at least the first half. Maybe you all really need to come into consensus, which is the way to operate, I think. And I also want to say that I really support the county's need to have finances. I had an issue that happened to me in December 2023 where I needed the emergency services to be able to come up to where I live in order to deal with a suicide. And the when I called 911, they said, "We don't really know where you are, according to the address you have given to us, because it doesn't match with GPS instructions." That has been taken care of finally, because now the fire department and the county have finally been able to update their lists so that the numbers on the actual parcels match up with the actual locations. So if I were to call 911 now for the same reason, they could find where I am. But in December 23, they couldn't. So the county needs money. You are responsible to make sure the county gets the money to do the services that they are required to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Johnson. I'm a farmer, resident of Ukiah. And I appreciate the fact that you have put this on the agenda, made it an issue to be discussed at the county level. I think it's very important that this be discussed at every level of the government. The fact of the matter is that the city of Ukiah and the county of Mendocino are going to have to coexist and function together no matter whether we go ahead with the annexation or we don't. And that also applies to the citizens, and the citizens of the county and the citizens of the city of Ukiah are going to have to function with their governments and work together to survive and to thrive. And that's not occurring right now. What's occurring is extreme conflict on numerous levels. Us citizens are busy working, trying to make money, and we're spending our time here at county government, we're spending our time at the city, and this conflict is unacceptable. The city of Ukiah put forth this aggressive annexation. That's exactly what it is. It's an aggressive annexation, and they're using every legal and financial means that they can to pursue it. And in my opinion, the county of Mendocino and the Board of Supervisors has to take the same approach in opposing it. And whether we're talking about the tax sharing agreement, or we're talking about how we're going to function together, or perhaps just sitting down and having a very direct conversation with the city of Ukiah going, this is not going to work. And if the city and the county can't function in that fashion, then the citizens are going to be forced to take that position. And we're going to have to spend our money and our time and deal with the politics of LAFCO and all the other problems that go along with this process. And in the meantime, When you guys can't figure out your finances for 4 months, and when you do, you find out how bad it is, you're going to be at a serious disadvantage. And the city of Ukiah has told no one about the finances and how they're going to spend their money and their time and their energy with this project. So perhaps you could go talk to the city of Ukiah and they can disclose to you what the answers are and whether or not they have them. They should be disclosing that to the people. They're going to go and debt the people of this county and this city without discussing it. And there should be a serious penalty for that. And if they want to get their bond ratings higher so their assessed value is bigger and they have more citizens so they can go and debt the people of the city of Ukiah, they should tell the people that. They're not looking out for the citizens of Ukiah. So we're here today hoping that you guys can look out for the people in this valley and the people in this county and use your own knowledge of how the governments work and use your own county council if necessary to figure out a way to deal with this problem that needs to be addressed immediately.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, Mike's alive. Douglas Crane. I've been on the city council for, this is my 21st year. It's my 5th term as mayor. When this was brought to council, it was based upon the merger of water agencies, which flowed out of the counties being mandated, or our area being mandated to provide a groundwater basin. That brought the water agencies together, who following that were encouraged by the state to work together on combining and improving water systems. And that brought about the Joint Powers Agency establishing the Ukiah Valley Basin Water Agency. That made it so that the water agencies felt they didn't need to exist. They could be rolled in if the city did annexation. So the water agencies encouraged 3 agencies, Sanitation District, Millview, and Willow. They encouraged the city to annex them so they didn't have to be in existence anymore, because operationally the city was doing the work, operating all of those. So that annexation map came forward based upon the idea of doing that reorganization annexation. In hindsight, that was a big fuck up. Okay? Just to put it frankly, that's my middle name. So the bottom line is a lot of good work has gone into the creation of the tax sharing agreement. The matter before us today is the tax sharing agreement. It has value. It is a good tool that we all should respect, cherish, and modify over time if that is needed. That takes, as some have said, that takes cooperation. We're in a community, we've got to work together. We have to call somebody out if they're not doing the right thing. We need to offer suggestions on how to make it better. And we have to figure out how to get the business done every day. All right, so the matter before us is the tax sharing agreement. Parenthetically, the city, you received notice from city, two letters, one of which I signed, to the point that
Hey,
we're aware.
Your time is up.
Are you sure?
Okay.
All right.
Does the board agree? Okay.
Right. The tax sharing agreement is critical for our community long term. The proposal, the map that came forward, is, as far as I was concerned, dead on arrival. I was not thrilled with it. I was basically horrified by it. I'm a believer of a concept of crawl, walk, run. We haven't done any significant annexations of private property in this area for probably 50 years. We don't know what the hell we're doing. So, how do we learn that? How do we fix that? We have to crawl, and then we have to walk. But we need it for our community to do the annexation. We need the tax sharing agreement to be able to do that. The agreement calls for us to get together, which we have not done. So we don't have an actual plan. That was an opening with discussion. If you go to the meeting where that came before the council, I spoke to the issue of it may be this, it may not, and there may be no annexation. That is our position. So we're not trying to stuff anything down anybody's throat. We are trying to figure out how to get something done that is in all of our best interest. That's why you need to vote down this idea of starting the clock on terminating the tax sharing agreement. Thank you.
Chair, I have a couple questions for the speaker, if I may.
Sure.
First, I appreciate you being here. I think highly of you for coming and addressing us on this directly. Can the city, are you speaking for the city, first of all? Can I assume your previous words were essentially for the city of Ukiah?
These are words that I've said to the city, and I believe that another member of the ad hoc is here with me, the city manager is here with me, deputy city manager, so I don't think I'm speaking out of school.
So I'm appreciative of the idea of working together. I would like to see the city and the county and the people work on a plan that's a win for in all directions. I think that's possible. Can you, so that I imagine you're hearing from the same people I'm hearing from. And it's at a threshold for me where when we talk about what lane we're in, I'm in the lane with the people. And if it's overwhelming opposition, that's where I am. Yeah. Can the city commit to excluding those people who are in communities that overwhelmingly do not want to be included in an annexation?
I think that's a component we have to sort through LAFCO law on because we can't create islands.
You can't create islands, but if you look at a community and most everyone is against it, why force it on them? Why not look for the areas of opportunity where you have, around the edge of the city, you have people wanting to be in the city?
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, you're good?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Lee Howard. Have you ever felt that you've been gamed a little bit? If you haven't, let me try to tell you a couple things. The Valley-wide task force met back in the 80s. It was city and county people that met for 2 years to develop a general plan for the city of Ukiah. We did it. We sent it to the city. The city knew what the recommendations from the Valley-wide Task Force was, what the General Plan Steering Committee was, and everything else. This is not new. They tried an annexation. They're saying they're learning, though. But they tried an annexation once before, got as far as LAFCO and died. They didn't have enough information. They didn't complete the interest of the citizens. It was very plain. The Valley-wide Task Force recommended water consolidation way back before this was ever dreamt about. But the reality is the city of Ukiah wants to game you, and they game you pretty damn good. Did you know when you signed this tax sharing agreement exactly where you were talking about and what areas you were going to take in and what the areas the tax agreement was going to cover? I would say to you, you didn't know. You didn't have a clue, because most of us and the citizens didn't have a clue until this new proposal comes out. Again, you're gamed. The city of Ukiah has every opportunity to hire the best, and they do. the best consultants, the best LAFCO people to look at and see what they want to do. They can tell you. They can do that, but they come up and say, we're learning. Oh yeah, we're learning. Excuse me, at whose expense? The reality of it for me is I don't want more government. I want less government. I don't want the city of Ukiah in my yard telling me whether I have chickens or no chickens and the rest of the stuff that goes along with it. The simple fact is they can't take care of the city. I brought up the other night the paving issue. I got a report this morning that they're taking care of the paving issue down on Goby Street. They're down digging out their mistakes. How can you say that they can take care of somebody else when they can't even take care of themselves? Again, I've been a citizen here for too long, and this hair's getting too white, and I'm getting too cranky. But you guys really do need to protect the county of Mendocino, period. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there are any further comments, please line up.
Yeah. Sage San Giacomo, City Manager for the City of Ukiah. I appreciate the discussion. I know that, big decisions or considerations require input, engagement, and we're clearly engaged. And that's important. We want an engaged process. We want an engaged community. And the mayor spoke to how, the initial discussion started. I'm not going to cover that side. I'm going to cover where we are today. Where we are today is a commitment from the City of Ukiah to engage with the community, engage with stakeholders, engage with the county, engage with LAFCO to see if there's something here. The provisions of services, both city and county, are too important to fail. We should be making decisions based upon evidence, based upon data. That data has yet to be developed. We spoke about, and I heard the county council spoke about what happens without a tax sharing agreement in place. Well, with this agreement in place, it's essentially the same things. So the provisions within the master tax sharing agreement call for a meeting of the city and county prior to adopting a resolution of application to initiate a change of organization that includes the annexation. The respective city shall meet with the county to consult on the proposed change of organization, period. It doesn't limit the discussion. It does go on to say what shall be included, which are similar to the provisions that are in the government code without a tax sharing agreement in place. So those same provisions of APN numbers, cost benefit analysis, all of those things are part of the shall in the meet and confer process with the county. I think it is absolutely premature to consider the cancellation of agreement before it even has had a chance or an opportunity to see really how it functions. We are at the very beginning stages. We've had one meeting with the county. We have another meeting next week. We're not yet fully engaged. You've seen the city say, we're stopping. We're not even taking forward the proposal to the Planning Commission that just dealt with a very small aspect of annexation of what happens with land use planning, which is what they're supposed to direct on. It's the policymakers and the city council and so forth that will direct whether an actual application gets filed and what that looks like. That's only going to come after that thorough and collaborative efforts that we're all working towards. Maybe we come to agreement, maybe we don't, but at least we'll have data-driven information. Certainly the board, as it's been discussed here, has other options. The community has other options and the city has other options, but I don't think we need to shoot additional shots across the bow. I think we need to come together, come down, and consider these items further through the processes that are established. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I have a couple questions. I think this is material.
Go ahead.
Yeah, are you suggesting that the city is in a position to withdraw the current plan and come back with a new proposal?
We haven't submitted a plan. And so there's a pre-application. There's a pre-application that's required through the LAFCO process in order to be able to engage in the process. The council has not authorized a plan or a map that we're going with. So we're still in that phase now of that community discussion. So the answer to your question is, there's not one on the table right now, other than that draft proposal that the mayor talked about, how it came about, that started this discussion in a very awkward way. We all recognize that. Starting these discussions sometimes are not easy to do.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so the problem I have, and I imagine some of my colleagues, is we now have the public coming to us. This wasn't our plan. Weeks and weeks have gone by. I have people calling me irate. And so I'm at the point where I would have expected the city to pull back and say, we're not doing that plan. We hear the public. You don't like it. We will do something different. If you could make that statement, I think that would de-escalate the situation, because where it's going right now is people feel that they have no voice. They're going to some of the city's meetings and they hear a presentation, but they don't feel there's an opportunity to be part of the discussion and actually steer it. And so they're coming to me. I would rather they work with the city. But I think that starts with the city pulling back and agreeing that current plan is not moving forward. Pre-plan, whatever we want to put a label on it, as far as the public is concerned, that's a plan. They see a map, they're included in it. They don't want to be in that position. And then second, if you can make a commitment that the county won't be in a financial position where we're unable to provide the mandated public protection. Whatever the result is, as long as the sheriff isn't telling us that he's cutting resident deputies, I can live with it. But that right now, that's not the case. What I hear is, if this goes forward, he's going to have to cut. That affects my district.
I'll answer the second.
Yeah.
Second first. The data is not even there to be able to make a decision, to know the impacts. And that's part of the meet and confer process, is being able to go through that, to make a commitment that the county is not going to have financial issues is irresponsible. We need strong cities and a strong county. We need a strong county and we need strong cities over and over again. We are linked together whether or not we like it or not. Our financial futures are linked together. It's incumbent upon us not to let the services that are important to our communities fail. And so the efforts to get to a proposal that benefits all parties related to services that are being provided is the ultimate goal. So that's to the answer to the second question. And as we sit here today, everybody up here has said, we don't have the information to make an informed decision. So I don't think you should make a decision without the information necessary to make that. The first question, we've issued press releases, we've issued statements that we fully intend to continue to go through a collaborative, meaningful process to collect public input, to work with stakeholders. This includes the water agencies, public safety, the community, and the Board of Supervisors, to define whether or not we even have a proposal to move forward with the City Council. At this point, there's not a proposal to withdraw because we don't have one yet to submit. And so I could state that definitively.
If that's the case, why are all these people in the room protesting?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think community input and engagement is an important aspect of this. And this is exactly what we, when there's stuff that's important for consideration, government should be held accountable to making sure that we're answering these questions and we're evaluating these points, not making non-data driven decisions based upon emotion or what we think, or based upon information that may or may not be correct. So we need to go through that process and take the time to ensure that we're engaging appropriately. We know there's lots of additional information. Whatever the proposal may look like, there will be more information. There will be more data that needs to be gathered.
We got it. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I'll try and be as quick as I can here. So, it's a question for Mr. San Giacomo, if you would, please. So I think Supervisor Williams is asking a very good question. And I think it's walking a fine line. This is my opinion, but I think it's walking a fine line of saying we don't have a proposal, because what you presented to the community was a proposal, but not a proposal to LAFCO, right? I think you've got an amazing opportunity right now to tell the public that you're willing to step back and start over, because when I hear that you're willing to listen and go through the process, and your mayor came up and said he's learned, you learned your lesson, right? But you're not going back to square one. And that's where you're kind of changing my mind here, because if you were to stand here today and say, we've heard, and this seems more like a city council meeting than a board of supervisor meeting, we've heard from the community that what you've put in front of them is in sense a proposal. It's what you guys initiated. Although it's not a proposal to LAFCO, it's not the final, but it is a proposal. I think you've got a great opportunity here to say, yes, we're willing to bring it back to council. I understand it's not your decision to make, to start the process over and meet with your community. And I'm not hearing you take that opportunity, and it's a struggle for me.
I'll be very clear about that. I think it's irresponsible to start completely over with input because there's been valuable input that's been gathered. Does the proposal that's on the table meet the needs of the community, the county, and others? I don't think so. I think that part and those elements absolutely needs to continue in the discussion to be able to get to maybe something, if something. I don't know if there will be. I don't know that council will do it. So the answer is, while I don't think it's appropriate to start over because I don't want to forget all of the information and the input and the stuff that we've gathered of the past, from this point moving forward, I think all of those things that you talked about need to occur, 100%.
Okay.
And furthermore, I just point out, we cannot submit an application under the tax sharing agreement until we go through the meet process, which has actually, if there's disagreements involved, it has whole provisions about how we encounter and go through those disagreements, even all the way through mediation, if that's necessary. I don't think that's going to be necessary because I think that we'll either come to an agreement with something with the county and the community and the stakeholders and the other public partners, or we won't. And then it's dead there.
Okay, I think, yeah, thank you. Supervisor Klein? No?
Drawn.
Okay. All right. Sheriff Kendall?
Chair Hashtag, members of the board. One thing's for sure, Supervisor Williams can draw a crowd, and I think our mayor is pretty good at saying out loud what we're all thinking. My only concern is for the public safety, and I can tell you that I need to have a healthy Ukiah Police Department and a healthy Mendocino County Sheriff's Office in order to meet the needs. We have to work together. The question is about the tax sharing agreement, but what the explosiveness of this meeting is the map. That's what it truly is. And so this feels like the map made the public feel like they'd been swung on, and they're asking you guys to swing back. I don't know that we're in a position where we should do that, or if we just come back together and say there are no heroes and villains in this. But I can tell you that Mr. Poole, who came up here and talked about the property that he has and people that are barely hanging on, he's invested with those people and they're invested with him. And these are the real fears that I hear about from almost everyone in the county who could be affected by this. And there are many, many, many business owners like Mr. Poole. The concern for me on this is, how do we take care of the public in our district, in the city of Ukiah, and make sure that we keep people safe at the same time? If we scrap everything and then start over again, and trust me, there are locations in the city that I'm servicing. There are. But also people tend to forget that I'm not handling calls for service in the city, standard police calls, but the sheriff's office handles a lot of calls for service in the city because I'm also the coroner. I'm also tasked with serving civils for the Superior Court. I have many, many duties that take me into the city of Ukiah, and that's why all of us need to be healthy. But I can tell you that, you know, if the question is the tax sharing agreement, that one's for you folks. I don't want to weigh in on that, but if it's about the map and what they're trying to annex, I have some very serious concerns about those things. Are they part and parcel to one another? I don't know. Is there conflation between the two? I don't know. I would imagine by seeing what's happening in the room today, there is some conflation between the two, but I don't know that we blow everything up when the car just needs an oil change, but I'm going to put my faith in our ad hoc committee that they will really take care of the residents in the county, in their districts, and make sure that this works out for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Hi, Mari Roden, City Council of City of Ukiah. I really appreciate what Sheriff Kendall just said. Let's not blow up the car because it needs an oil change. I want to just say something very simply to make clear what the city manager, San Giacomo, was trying to say, that we, and I speaking on behalf of the ad hoc committee for the city, are hearing what people are saying, and we are already looking at alterations to the map. We haven't, that we're working on that. I just want to say clearly that we're working on that. We aren't holding tightly to the existing map because there are so many people who object to the current map. So I just want to say that. And I guess I want to, so that, I hope that's clear. I want to add that while some people in opposition are depicting our original proposal as a land grab, it's hardly a land grab. It's in response to needs that are outside of our city limits in terms of the welfare of the water agencies and the sewer district who are struggling, who if they are left alone for the next 30 to 50 years to just be on their own, are likely to fail. They don't have the economy of scale to fund the infrastructure needs that are there. So the city of Ukiah has taken a leadership role for the valley. We see this as one community. If we're not wanted and we just retract and be little old city of Ukiah, we will see in the long term the failure of these districts. So we're doing this because we see the valley as one community. Now, and then just back to the original comment, there are areas that are so far out and afraid that we're going to change ag land to city or whatever. Fine, like I said, we're already looking at revising the map. Thank you.
Chair, I have one question.
Hold on. Supervisor Klein.
Sorry to beat you to the punch, Supervisor Williams, but Councilwoman Roden, thank you for coming and for being a part of our process. I want to be transparent with the public because our ad hoc committee had a meeting as a part of the meet and confer. So I'm just sharing context, right, for folks, because I've heard complaints about how ad hocs are meeting behind closed doors. And part of our role as ad hoc members is to communicate out what's been happening. So we did have a first meeting with the city of Ukiah, and we did not have the ad hoc, the city council members in attendance. And what I'm hearing today is very different from what I heard in that meeting. And I'm appreciative that you're here and that you're going to be a part of the process moving forward. We've had conversations. I've spoken with Mayor Crane, and I think this needs to be driven by the elected officials. And I want to reaffirm that for the folks in the audience is the elected officials that represent you are going to make sure that this is representative of what you want.
Absolutely.
And that commitment needs to be agreed upon by council members and the Board of Supervisors. That being said, I do want to respond to your comment about the water agencies and ask if you think it's necessary for annexation to happen versus consolidation and coordination of services. Is it mutually exclusive? This is a genuine question. Is it mutually exclusive that we have to have annexation?
Let's not have any clapping. Okay.
Do we have to have annexation for the success of our water districts, or can it be done through coordination of services and consolidation?
Well, I can't expertly speak to that. I'd like to have the city manager respond, but I can say that as long as their own, they're independent in the sense that they fund themselves, they won't be able to raise the capital to fund their infrastructure needs. We'd have to be one system to benefit from an economy of scale. And beyond, that, more detail, I would like to defer the answer to your question to the city manager.
I know Supervisor Williams has some questions, so I'll pause there, and we will continue that conversation, but I want to share with the public, I'm not convinced that annexation is necessary for our water districts, and that's something we're going to continue to work through.
All right. Supervisor Williams.
Which communities of residents and businesses are lobbying you to be included in the annexation?
Well, I mean, it's loud and clear. I mean, what do you mean which? Like identify individuals?
Well, I mean, somebody must have checked with the public, the landowners, to say, hey, do you want to be in the city? There must be some that have said, yes, we desperately want to be in city limits. Please annex us. Who are those communities that are saying, please annex us? If the answer is none, I think that's our answer here, that defines the map. Leave it as is.
Well, there are a lot of special interests here that want to remain in the county where there's this impression of a laissez-faire attitude towards this. So I've heard that today. Yeah. Okay. We haven't heard from people who live around Laws Avenue who live near Grace Hudson School who don't have sidewalks. And, so those people haven't, I'm not sure they're aware of this issue.
So am I right that today there aren't communities lobbying? There might be some that aren't aware that would if they knew, but
Right.
today we don't know of any communities that are asking the city to please absorb them.
Okay, can I answer your
Yeah.
question? That's true. I agree with your statement. But and I said that we're looking at revising the maps. That's happening. That's been in process for a few weeks. And then thirdly, what was I going to say? I just forgot the last comment on that issue. If I remember, can I come back up and say my last point about answer your question?
Yeah, hold it. Do you need an answer from?
I would like an answer to which communities of residents and businesses are asking to be included in the annexation?
Stay here. I wanted to say that we're not hearing from many. However, the original, the map that we proposed in this pre-proposal, Mayor Crane explained that it had to do with negotiations with these districts and their desire to dissolve. That's where it came from. We didn't go asking individual property owners, but in hearing from the property owners who are within those boundaries, they don't want to be included. We want a chance to respond. In fact, yeah. So we are looking at revising the maps. Go ahead.
Good. No, hold it. Has your question been answered?
It's by the council member. City manager could also answer it in case there's additional information. I wonder if that's why he's approaching.
Yeah, I'm going to answer the question directly about property owners that are interested in annexation. There are, absolutely 100%. And those property owners have been communicating with the city for a number of years because they lack water or sewer or a combination thereof. There's a number of properties outside of city limits within these areas that have actually signed out-of-area service agreements. There's some properties, including in the Brush Street Triangle, that lack water and sewer services, that those properties will not necessarily be developed without some form of agreement on the provisions of those services. And so the answer to that over the years is yes. Related to this map, as you have indicated, will change.
I think we got the answer. Supervisor Klein.
Strong.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay. Next.
My name is Christine Hill, and I'm a local business owner. What I have heard today is a lot of information that suggests to me that more work should have been done before the tax sharing agreement was ever enacted. And what I would like to see you do is to take a step back, as you said, them take a step back and completely renegotiate everything. So rescind it today and renegotiate the whole agreement when you do have the proper information to make that kind of decision that's beneficial for both the county, the city, and the people of the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Norvell.
I'm sorry if we have to go backwards here, but I think maybe the city manager came up here to answer Supervisor Klein's question about water and annexation. Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing no further comments in the chamber. Okay, any online?
Seeing one, Susan Savage.
Ms. Savage.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and definitely appreciate all of the work that went into the original agreement. However, I think as far as I can tell from listening today, I haven't heard anyone except possibly one person who is satisfied with the existing agreement, that there's a lot of information that was needed, a lot of questions that still remain. I understood from Supervisor Mulharan that she was interested in sound leadership. However, that sounded to me that meant sticking with an agreement that was not exactly what anybody in the chamber, as far as I can tell, is satisfied with. And that what I would really be hoping is that we need thoughtful, thorough, collaborative deliberation among the various parties to come up with an agreement that is workable in the current situation here and now. I would also really hope, speaking on behalf of those of us who live out in the coast and in unincorporated areas, that the Board of Supervisors as a whole are our representatives, and that every one of you hopefully will be representing all of those of us in the county, not just those who reside in their individual districts. So I encourage you to rescind the existing agreement so that there can be that thoughtful, collaborative, deliberative consideration, data-driven with information from your various sources, so that you can come up with an agreement that is workable and that all parties can live with.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll go back to the board then. Supervisor Mulheron.
I just want to be very clear to my colleagues and the public that I do not believe that the master tax sharing agreement has to be rescinded to be able to meet the community goals. I think that the conversations can continue with the ad hoc and the city and with the community to accomplish changes to the map, answering questions about services, etc.
Supervisor Klein.
Sorry, it was from previous comments.
All right, Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so I'm curious, Supervisor Williams, if you're willing to allow the ad hoc the opportunity that we asked for. And it sounds like it's going to take a few months, or at least 2 maybe, to get the information, the financial information, to make an educated decision on this. I mean, we've heard from the city today a little bit, that they're stepping back. But whether or not they do that, I don't know. But I think we at least owe this an opportunity before we blow this thing up. Let's get all the information in front of us, and let's sit down with the city a little bit more and see where they're at. And if, like I said, if they're unwilling to budge, or even if the financial information comes back that this is a raw deal and there's no way it's going to work, I'm 100% with rescinding it. It's not one or the other for me, but one thing that could happen is that we get the information back and it's not such a bad deal, and then we got pie on our face. So I'm just hoping that you'll give the ad hoc an opportunity here to do its job and bring back this information.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Supervisor Norvell, would you be comfortable tabling this item until the ad hoc has completed its research?
That's absolutely one way to go about it.
I could support that.
Okay.
But I would like to make a statement and see if there's some common ground. The way this proposal has come about, as I understand today, is based on water districts working with the city and suggesting they may not have long-term sustainability. In an annexation, there's a question of who's in the driver's seat, who's making the decision, and I argue the people should be. It shouldn't be government to government, right? It's who knows best. I think the people know best. It's not that government knows best and is going to tell the people what we're doing. It's we're going to listen to the people and we're going to respect their wishes in our policy. And I don't see that has been the flow. I would like the county to take a stance that will be the flow going forward. That if the city can work with the public and find agreement about where to expand, I think we can support that. But ultimately, if the public is overwhelmingly against it, we're going to represent the public and we're going to fight it.
Supervisor Klein.
I would say that that agrees with the spirit of the ad hoc and our mission.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, yes, 100%. I think we're already there. I think there's probably at least 4 people up here that are concerned deeply about it, and that would probably oppose it today if we had that ability to do that. We don't have the ability today to oppose it, but I think this was a good opportunity, maybe a better opportunity that the community's had so far to speak on this issue, so I'm thankful for that. I personally have heard you all very loud and clear. I haven't changed my mind one bit about this being a bad proposal for the county, but that's based on the information that I have today. And you know, Supervisor Klein and I will absolutely get that information back. We can go back, you can hear it, and then we can together make a decision on whether we want to rescind or move forward.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, how much time does the ad hoc need?
I thought we got two different estimates from two different departments. I think the longest one was, I think you needed 1 month to get finished with what you were done, and then maybe another 6 weeks after that. So we could say 8 weeks, 10 weeks to be safe.
If I may, through the chair, what I heard from the assessor as well as the auditor controller tax collector is without the legal descriptions of the properties. So we have to understand the area of which they're looking at. So if the area is not the plan that they put out, we need that to understand that first from the city. What are they really looking at before we can look at the financial impact, right? So it's kind of, we need to work with the city before it comes back to the county, and Katrina, I think, is agreeing with me, to make the proper assessment on the financial impacts of what's included and what's not included in the annexation.
Yeah, so I mean, we could make that request, but the city's sitting here in the room, so I think they're aware that that's the information that we need, and we'll see how that goes.
All right. And one of the things for me with the tax sharing agreement is that it's supposed to be balanced. And what I understand is that there's not a definition for what's balanced, whether it's territorial or whether it's financial. And I think that our obligation up here is to make sure that whatever agreement happens is balanced as far as the finances of the county go. It's very difficult with this tax sharing agreement in place to have that input. And that's why I'm concerned about the whole process at this point, because without knowing the finances and the implications of the county and where we would save money, it's just very, it's hard to find what is balanced. And I don't believe that without a real thorough understanding of it all, we're going to get there easily. Supervisor Williams.
Chair, are you confident that that information to make the determination whether it's balanced will be available 8 to 10 weeks from now?
Well, I don't even think that the count or the city is going to have their plan available in 8 to 10 weeks. I don't know. I'm hearing they're backtracking and all that. So where do we go from here? Right? Okay. So anyway, we're here. We need to do something with this. Is there a motion out there?
Well, I don't know that we've set a time frame. Are we saying 10 weeks? Supervisor Klein, are you comfortable with that? And then I'd look at staff if you think that's enough time, reasonable amount enough time. And I'm not looking necessarily for the ad hoc time to review that. I think all that information should come back to us at one time so the public can see it as well.
If I may, through the chair, I think in 10 weeks would be a time to come back and give an update. I don't know that we will have the information because, again, we need the city to supply some information to us before we can make some more of the determination on the financial impact. But you can come back and give an update as the ad hoc at any one of the meetings.
Okay. You comfortable with that?
Supervisor Mulherin.
I don't know what Supervisor Williams' reply was, but I thought that the item should just be tabled until the ad hoc is done with their work. We don't need to set a time frame on it. The city clearly has more work to do with the community to come up with a plan. Our financial teams have work that they need to do. And what I heard from Shamise was that she needed 2 months after Katrina had already done her work. So I don't think that there should be a time limit placed on it today. The ad hoc has the opportunity to give updates regularly at supervisor reports, and if they don't, Supervisor Williams, you can ask them what the update is.
Well, I'm trying to find a better way than just asking on the spot. I think the public will be expecting regular updates. And what I don't want is that 3 months, 6 months from now, we still don't know. And I think we need to tell the public that we will be back 2 months, 3 months out, even if it's for an update. Sharing the information that we have, they need to have exactly what we have. There's nothing confidential in this process.
I'm comfortable saying.
Supervisor Klein.
Apologies, Chair. Yeah, I'm comfortable saying that the ad hoc will provide regular updates, and I think even once a month is more than acceptable. I think that the ad hoc has already been forthcoming with information and will continue to do so in the process.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I move that we table this item until the ad hoc is able to return with the financial analysis, providing updates once per month in the meantime.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Right, let's vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to take a quick moment to thank you for allowing the leniency in the process here, letting people come up out of order, maybe coming back a second time, and just allowing the conversation to happen. That doesn't always happen that way, so thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
And so we are, let's see. The board will now adjourn to closed session to hear items 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, and 6E. Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing no comments online.
Okay, the board will reconvene no earlier than 2 o'clock. Is my microphone on?
Yes, it
Oh, okay.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa
porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting program.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I suggest that I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're back in session. And for items 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, and 6E, no reportable action. Okay, so we'll move on to item 4D, which is discussion and possible action, including approval of presentation of the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office on Community Outreach Response and Engagement, C.O.R.E, services provided in Mendocino County. Right, so the sponsor is the Sheriff Coroner, Matt Kendall.
Thank you, Chair Haschak. Members of the board, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Miller and Edie for being up here with me today. I think somebody must have drawn the short straw to have to sit with me for a little bit. The Sheriff's Office, working with our partners, Dr. Miller, Megan Van Sant, our Department of Social Services, we began going down this path of community outreach and engagement, very similar to the CREW program over in Fort Bragg, with a few extra bells and whistles and things. Now, we already had some things in place with MOPS, the mobile outreach, with the dual response that the Sheriff's Office had been working with mental health and behavioral health. And then also with the Heads Up program, where we had a lot of data ready for us. As we, I'm sorry. Yeah, there is an echo. I just heard that. I'm amazed I heard something. Is that something we need to turn down? Okay. So as we started in this, basically the mission is, and I'm going to read off on some of these slides. Dr. Miller, do you mind starting the slideshow? Oh, can she be added? There we go. All right. So can you go to the next slide? It hasn't moved up on the screen. Oh, there we go. The mission was to provide street-based, compassionate, person-centered outreach. And one of the main things that we decided to do was to take a look at all of our different disciplines and see what we can bring to the table and break down the silos and how to work together. The sheriff's office, we contact a lot of people who have issues that run the gamut from narcotics abuse to behavioral health to mental health and some criminal activities as well. But we aren't the people who serve and deliver the best in those areas. We can enforce the law and we can keep people safe. And so a portion of this is how do we partner up and make sure that the needs are being met. The vision was through a united approach that integrates public safety, health, and social care. We're aiming to reduce homelessness, support recovery, and strengthen community well-being. And as we started into that, we began looking at all of these different facets, these things that different portions of our disciplines touched upon, and how do we work together to support each other to get these things delivered. The philosophy is recognizing that in most cases, success is only possible when individuals themselves choose to engage in the supportive services that are available to them. And with the passage of Prop 36, we thought all of a sudden at this point, we're going to have the carrot and the stick, where law enforcement and our partner agencies, be it Department of Social Services, Behavioral Health, things like that, we can come together on these things. One of the main questions that we're always asked when we go to these encampments and whatnot, people ask us, well, where do you want me to go? And it's really nice to be able to say, we want you to go speak with that person up there because they can help you start down the road into a better life. These folks can help you get started with just a gamut of different things, be it social services or behavioral health or mental health or even drug treatment. Our current core partners are the Sheriff's Office, Social Services, and Behavioral Health. I need to shut my phone off real quick. My apologies for that. And all of us have our roles. And as we work together, we begin to understand a little better how our roles intersect with each other, where they overlap, and who can bring what to bear for various issues that people may have. And that's probably been one of our biggest strengths so far, is getting to know each other better, breaking down those silos, because there are things that I can't do as a peace officer, but I can support Dr. Miller's group, I can support Dee Dee's group to help when we start down this path, and I can keep them safe while they're doing it. And some of those overlaps we didn't realize existed until we really sat down with each other and said, how do we do this together? And then next slide. I think I got off one. Community outreach and engagement, the compassionate outreach, the proactive engagement that we wind up doing quite a bit when we get calls for service, or when we go down to these encampments, we get calls about people trespassing and whatnot. When we bring our partners with us and we make those introductions, there are a lot of people who are kind of teetering on that brink. And if we break it down into thirds, the top third, Mendocino County has done very well serving them. We haven't talked about it all that much because it's just kind of been going right. That top third is people who are teetering on the brink of homelessness or having these issues, and Mendocino County has been serving those well. The bottom third, we have some people who are just absolutely in a life of crime, and I can deal with those with my deputy sheriffs. We can deal with the criminals. It's the middle third where the problems touch on so many things, be it a mental health issue, a behavioral health issue with narcotics issues and things like that. you know, also some criminal behaviors. But we've been able to successfully divert some of those things away and get those folks in the right location to divert them away from jail. Some folks are simply going to have to go to jail because of the crimes that they commit, and we can't forget that we have victims, and we have to serve those victims as well. I'm on page off. One, please. Hang on a sec, let me catch up. There we go. Public safety community stabilization. It's going to help us to reduce the 911 calls because deputy sheriffs are being called to things that probably are better served by other individuals and with the other disciplines. Reduce emergency room visits, helps resolve community concerns related to public health and safety, encampments, and in compassionate, service-driven ways, so that when we go down to those encampments and they say, where do we need to go? How do we get out of here? We begin pointing them to the people who can actually help with that. And when we have people who are engaged to be able to make the change, we're having some pretty good successes with those. Collaborative, multidisciplinary team approach leverages the strength of the sheriff's office, and like I said, we want to be able to enforce the law, and we want to be able to keep our workers safe, but behavioral health and recovery services, social services department, and additional departments and agencies when they elect to join. Now, one of the things that I've been working very hard on is trying to get the Department of Fish and Wildlife to the table to make sure that they can help us with some of these things that are going on in the rivers and the waterways. I'm going to be asking for some assistance from the board to put a little pressure on to make sure that we can get those things done. I do have concerns with the amount of garbage and whatnot going in the waterways, but that's not really the responsibility of the Sheriff's Office. That's the responsibility of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I think that we need to keep working with our partners on that. We've got some real problems that we need them cleaned up. And progress thus far. Did we lose it? Yeah, are we on progress thus far? Okay, so progress so far. The Sheriff's Office working with our Heads Up team, we identified 10 individuals within the intended target population that we think the C.O.R.E would have a good impact on. Department of Social Services and Behavioral Health and Recovery staff researched and established current engagement status for the pilot group. Several of the individuals have since been elevated to a higher or different level of care. Working on refining criteria for identifying individuals within the most effective time frame for successful intervention. And some of these things we have to strike while the iron is hot. Supervisor Norvell and I have had a lot of discussions about this. When we find that person in that one moment that they want help, we need to be there to say, now is the time for us to get you the services that you need. If we let them sit, chances are they go back to the things that got them there to begin with. And striking while the iron is hot is not only while they're out in the public or, you know, in the encampments and whatnot. Sometimes it's when they first hit custody. And we can work with them, and with leveraging some of the things that Prop 36 brought forward with treatment-based penalties and things like that, I think that we're going to see some pretty good outcomes from this. Developing a universal release information document as well as draft outcome measures for tracking their progress. And you know, we've had some successes, we've had some failures. But I think that just like anything else, when people start to step into recovery or people start to walk down that right road, occasionally, you know, they step off and they've got to be, you know, brought back into the fold and get them back on their way. Engagement with existing collaborative partners. Connections are developing and ongoing with jail-based collaboratives, CalAIM, the ECM providers, and other criminal justice partners. Finding gaps and identifying where they are. Project and partners have identified existing funding sources that support C.O.R.E.'s mission and have also identified where these gaps exist. Now, this is one good thing that I think that we're kind of proud of at this point. grant proposal for a Prop 47 funding through Behavioral Health and Recovery Services. We've got a grant proposal in. I think it was submitted yesterday. Am I correct? The grant proposal will focus on 24 hours a month of staff time for my deputies, which is basically 6 hours a week. The deputies assigned to the project, and additional support for behavioral health and Department of Social Services. And they're going to provide them funding for community-based sober living meds, as well as substance use and disorder. The grant was due by June 23rd. We put them in yesterday, and that will pay for 40 hours of your work and 24 of mine, which is a little bit more than that 10% that Fort Bragg has been doing. I believe Fort Bragg has roughly 10% of peace officer time mingled in with 40 hours of their crew response times. And with our initial 10 persons that we picked out that we thought were using the most and absolutely fell into this, I believe that we've had some good positive outcomes on almost 50% at this point. Now, let's be clear, some of these folks had to go into custody because they just weren't going with the program. But I don't think that custody is a bad thing at times when we have our discharge planning and we're making a good firm handshake with probation, we're making a firm handshake with the service providers and whatnot. And as we work through this, I know that we're going to hit some rough spots in the road, and I know that we're going to have some failures. But I want to see a couple of different avenues when we look at this and we say, are we successful? Are we going to solve homelessness? I don't think that we're going to solve homelessness. But what we are going to do is we're going to be able to bring people into a place where they can make choices for themselves. The folks who refuse to step out of this lifestyle and continue doing things that they shouldn't, they're going to have to face the music, and we're going to bring them before the magistrate. The district attorney, the public defender are going to have to work out those issues. But I know that we will probably, if we had a 50% success rate in this as we've had so far, that would be astronomical for me. Even a 10% success rate, when I think about the 250 souls that I have in my jail, if I took out 25 of those people a year, in a very short amount of time, we're going to make a lot of headway. And the other thing is, we've got to start looking more into that upper third that I talked about, that we've done a pretty good job with, because then we aren't building the next generation of problems that fall into that middle third or the bottom third. And so that's that upstream work that I think that everybody wants to see, and I think it's worthy and it's worthwhile. But we've got to catch them before they start to degrade to a point that we've lost them. So, Dr. Miller, do you have anything to add? I'm going to put her on the spot now.
I would just add, we did file the Prop 47 grant, and as the sheriff noted, we put in for 40 hours for social services staff, 40 hours for behavioral health staff, and then 24 hours for sheriff time. That'll allow the social services and the behavioral health staff to go out as a team and be doing street outreach within the county area 40 hours a week, and then as needed, partnering 24 hours a week with the sheriff's department when we have hard to reach individuals or need their assistance. And so that is kind of what we put forward on Prop 47. And I know that we have had some success. We know that we have at least half of the individuals are definitely in some form of treatment and are no longer on the streets of the top 10 that we first.
I think you two summed it up very nicely.
And then I know that there's going to be a lot of questions up here, and that's why I brought my partners, because they probably know a little more about some of these things than I do. I'm good at enforcing the law, but when it comes to their world, I'm learning. I am. But I'm still not able to speak the way that they can. So any questions, please?
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think you speak just fine, Sheriff.
Well, I wish I knew their world as well as they know it.
So I'm a big fan of C.O.R.E. Happy to see this. I have the same question for each of you. What do you think the weakest link is today?
Right now, it's being able to strike while the iron is hot. And let's face it, a lot of these calls are not top priority calls. They have to wait in the wings until we get caught up. And if I can get to the point where I have a deputy that I know is going to be the perfect fit for this, and I can engage him with them, and I can have one person that I assign to it, I think that I'm going to see a lot better outcome than having a random deputy here and there. And occasionally we run across someone who just has a skill of working with a certain set of the public. And I know that this is going to be kind of a coveted job in the sheriff's office, because they're going to be working with partners, and it's something that can help you grow in your career. And when I find that person, and I can assign that person specifically to it, I know that we're going to see better outcomes than what we've seen so far.
I think one of our, I feel one of the biggest challenges, besides what the sheriff noted, is funding, right? We don't have funding that allows us to just operate any way we want. Our funding we currently are using is the funding we currently have, which in our world puts us in a box. And so we're trying to do something different that doesn't actually fall always within the funding streams we have. And so I think if we're able to get this Prop 47 grant, it's going to allow us to do some things differently than we've been doing with the being in a box through Medi-Cal or whatever. So I think having funding that has no strings attached and being able to do what we need to do to meet the needs of the community is going to be huge. It also means we're going to be coming back and asking the board to potentially hire positions, because these aren't positions we currently have. So the funding to have it, we're making it work, but we're working within a box. And I think being able to have that ability to do what we want to do the way we want to do it is going to be huge.
And I'm going to have to second and third what they just said, because I think one of the biggest issues is the not in real-time responses. So if we could get closer to that, I think that we would have better luck.
For social services, is that due to staffing and availability? Or your people are showing up when the sheriff is able to respond, and that initial delay offsets everyone?
So we currently respond and do outreach outside of C.O.R.E as well, right? But yes, so our goal is to respond. However, right now it's not in real time. It's usually following up, trying to contact people, trying to find people, right? We don't have staff that's 24 hours. So if something's occurring after hours, right, we're going to follow up the next day.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I do have a few questions, but I think the weakest link is the system that they're forced to work under. And what I mean specifically is services are voluntary. So as hard as they try, it's not easy to help people. Dr. Miller, could you, one of the things we hear the most is this person's been on the street and, is mentally ill and, living on the street and refusing services, all those things that the public sees and maybe doesn't understand. Could you talk about conservatorship and the hurdles that you face to get one, and then maybe how successful you have been with conservatorships?
So yeah, conservatorships in my world are called Lanneman-Petra's short conservatorships, right? There's different types of conservatorships. There's probate conservatorships, but that's not on the mental health side. That's on the social services side. And those are more for individuals that are aging or have more of the cognitive declines. On our world, it's those that due to a mental illness are unable to meet their basic needs for food, shelter, and clothing. And the only way to meet that is you have to have usually a severe mental health diagnosis, and you have to meet the criteria for grave disability. And you have to meet the criteria for grave disability on the level that you're not able, the medication or anything being offered is not able to get you back to your baseline. And so it's not something we can easily do. For us to do a conservatorship, we have to go and have the individual assessed by a licensed clinician or a psychiatrist to determine that they agree that the individual meets criteria for conservatorship. And sometimes we do that and the professional doesn't agree with us. We also have to go to the court. Ultimately, the court determines whether someone meets criteria. So we have contracted professionals who do the assessment. We go in front of the court. The court then has a right to agree with us or not agree with us. The individual has a right to a trial, either a jury trial or a judge trial, and they have a right to petition every 6 months to have their conservatorship looked at. There are times that we have really wanted to conserve people or keep people conserved, and we have lost. Because if they can go to court and present that they have a plan and they're able to really present that they look better, they're starting to do better because they're medicated, and they can show that they have a plan to care for themselves, we may not win. And therefore they might get off conservatorship or not get conserved at all. Sometimes we struggle with third parties. You have a right that if you have someone who's willing to offer a third party, meaning that they're going to come in and say, I'm going to be there to help take care of this individual, we usually don't win if they have a third party, unless we can prove that the third party really isn't able to care for the individual, and we do fight some third parties. But what usually happens is a lot of times a third party will show up, and either it's successful or very unsuccessful. We then have to conserve the person or reconserve them. And then you see that third party come back and want to offer to be their third party again, and that's usually where we fight it, saying it wasn't successful the first time. What's going to be different this time for a third party? So it really is meeting that level of criteria and being able to get everyone to agree that you meet that criteria and be able to know that you're going to go to court and not have that individual present well, where they're going to look like they can meet their basic needs for food, shelter, and clothing. And if they have a plan, a lot of times they'll look at that. We are pretty successful for conservatorships considering our per capita. I worked with the courts, Kim Turner at the courts, and really looked at the number of people we have conserved per capita versus a lot of other counties. We did a deep dive, and on any given day, Mendocino County has about 64 people conserved, which is a lot. When you really compare us to counties across the state of California. That doesn't mean we're over-conserving. We are conserving everyone who meets criteria, and I am sure there are other individuals out there that need to be conserved. It's not always easy. The first time someone is gravely disabled, you're probably not going to get a conservatorship. You've got to be able to show there's a history of them not being able to take care and meet their basic food, shelter, and clothing needs. But when you look at other counties, we conserve a lot more than most other counties. And we definitely work to make sure we provide food, shelter, and clothing when we conserve them. It's a conversation I've had that doesn't always happen in other counties. So it's a process, and at any time, I had a case where we fought to say this person should not get off conservatorship. They were only conserved, I think, on a temporary conservatorship. So when you get put on a conservatorship, you start with what's called a temporary conservatorship, and then we have to go back and do a permanent conservatorship. It gets time to prepare the cases and get all the assessments in and stuff. And the individual got off, and we pretty much said, well, we know we're going to get a call any day, and we did. County called us within 24 hours asking why in the world we would let someone off conservatorship, and we said we didn't. They beat the court. They beat us in court. So it's not always easy, and I know a lot of people think it's just us. It's not our decision. It's up to the expert we bring in and the court. And of course, they have a public defender representing them in court, and of course, the public defender's job is to advocate in their best interest.
Thank you. Chair, I have one more.
Go ahead.
So the Heads Up program is really meant to be an early intervention. I'd love to hear all of them, but could you give us one story or situation where that early intervention paid off?
No, if you want to speak to it, that's perfectly fine. But I know that with the Heads Up program, Megan Van Zant's team, has had wonderful outcomes because that is that upstream work. And then the other portion of it that the Heads Up program gave us was a lot of data. It gave us data where we could see where our problems are overlapping, and we can go over this when we work together and might say, wow, this looks like a law enforcement problem, but then they say, no, probably not a law enforcement problem. These are the things that are presented to us with this individual. And, we can't go into details on it because of HIPAA and various other things, but we have a good understanding of who's doing what. And there are times that, and let's face it, a lot of times law enforcement is a hammer and everything is a nail. We just want to be able to deal with it with the things that we know. But when we sit down with our partners here and we look at these issues, we find out that there are so many more things that can be brought to bear besides an arrest. And I know that the data that we're using for a lot of this came from the Heads Up program, and I think that we're getting it more rendered down to say what people actually need versus not just an arrest or not just a visit from behavioral health or mental health.
No? Do I? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Megan Van Sant, Senior Program Manager with Department of Social Services. If you want a specific story, would that be helpful?
Yes.
I mean, I can think of so many, and I'm trying to think of one that would be appropriate. So one of the Heads Up referrals we received, it was probably a year ago, to be honest, was a couple staying on the railroad tracks. The gentleman was on probation at the time and was in violation of his probation, and his partner was pregnant. We were able to intervene right at that moment, have the young woman was housed at, she was actually housed at Project Homekey Live Oak Apartments, gave birth. She's there now with her child. And her partner has actually gone through the probation process, is now with her. I don't think that's a couple we would have been aware of. We didn't know they were on the railroad tracks. We didn't know the situation was going on. And I think without getting a Heads Up referral from the deputy early on, I don't know what that outcome would have been. Probably the child would have ended up detained, and I don't know exactly what would have happened to the couples, but that's one I know I can think of just the top of my head right now. There's many. The Heads Up program is really interesting because it has shed a light for me in the Social Services Department on the very wide range of calls that deputies go on, and Ukiah Police Department also participates. So the kinds of situations they encounter are really wide-ranging, and many times these are individuals who are not yet criminally justice involved, may never be, honestly, but they're definitely in need of support, and it's this early indicator of that they exist, that they have this need, and we find the appropriate person to follow up with them. So it's been very eye-opening for me. I didn't realize the range of experiences deputies are having out there in the world that are not what they were trained to do, but they're doing it anyway.
Hey, with the test pilot program, with the 10 individuals, is there a geographic distribution, or have they been put into, or are they selected because they're easily encountered, or,
Geographically, I believe most of those cases have been in the Ukiah area because that's where we're running into most of the problems. And we pulled those from our calls for service as well as Heads Up, calls for service, things that we'd referred to Heads Up, and then also our work in the jail with the discharge planning and whatnot there. We were trying to find the people that were using the most services and how do we divert them into a different location, get their needs met, get the public's needs met at the same time. But for the most part, if you're asking geographically, most of it was the Ukiah area. I believe all of it was, as a matter of fact.
Okay. And then also, how does this coordinate with the MOPS program?
The MOPS program is a portion of this. MOPS program, the dual response, all of those are portions of this larger conglomerate of C.O.R.E. And so, there are a couple of things that came out of the MOPS program and the dual response program. We're diverting people because these people that are working for us get to know them. And they know, I need to go check on so-and-so because maybe they haven't made it to their doctor's appointment, maybe they haven't gotten their medication. And a lot of them, there's just a little bit of maintenance that goes on, and it's that ounce of prevention that's worth a pound of cure. They'll swing by their house and say, hey, how's everything going? Well, it's going okay, but I didn't make my appointment and I need to get my medication. Hop in the car, we're going. That probably removes somewhere between 8 and 10 calls over the next 6 months for deputy sheriffs to go out and deal with a person when they are in crisis. And, it's the proactive approach to this that's taking these people off of kind of that super user platform where we get a lot of calls for service. And it's not just myself, it's also social services, it's also Dr. Miller's group. And then when we sit down and we have a discussion about what is the underlying problem, 99% of the time we can figure out a way to get that need met.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none from the board, we'll go to public comment. Okay, seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, back to the board. We accept the presentation.
Yeah, I just want to thank the three of you for the work that you're doing. And I also know that we've got a ways to go, but I just getting started is a big deal for me. And so I appreciate the work that you guys are doing.
Hey, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, likewise, I appreciate all the work that's been put into this and the breaking down of silos and coordinating services. I would ask that we have some sort of update maybe in another 6 months to kind of see how things are progressing as we further test this pilot. And we're looking forward to hearing about that Prop 47 grant.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the presentation?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Right. Very good. Thank you all. So we'll move on to item 4E, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of presentation from Behavioral Health and Recovery Services on Mendocino County Health Collaboration, Specialty Mental Health Agreements, and approval of agreements with 1. Anchor Health Management, Inc., Medication Support Services in the amount of $2,900,000. Number 2, Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center in the amount of $551,000. Number 3, Mendocino County Youth Project in the amount of $810,000. Number 4, Redwood Community Services in the amount of $16,187,934. And 5, Tapestry Family Services in the amount of $8,577,300 to provide specialty mental health services to eligible Medi-Cal beneficiaries of Mendocino County for a total combined amount of $29,026,234, effective July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. Okay, I'll look to Dr. Miller.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller. I'm going to go ahead and get this slide up to share with you guys. And I'm going to take a little out of order from what you guys probably have it. We have two things. One is the specialty mental health contracts, and then we also have some partners here to talk about the healthcare collaborative that we are in the process of creating in Mendocino County and have come a long ways. Still a long ways to go. So I'm going to start with the specialty mental health presentation and then looking at the contracts that we have. So I'm going to go through a little bit of history. I think it's always important for people to remember what we do and how we do it and what our obligation is. So specialty mental health is a specific type of service that we are contracted with the state of California to provide. They contract with county to administer the Medi-Cal services for especially mental health and substance use. So we are a managed care plan. You'll often hear us called a mental health plan or a mental health care plan, but ultimately we serve as a managed care plan. The state decided to carve out especially mental health services and substance use and really put that obligation into the counties to provide those services through Medi-Cal. Our agreement with the state of California through Department of Healthcare Services is to provide special mental health services to individuals with Medi-Cal and also to serve the indigent, which means non-insured population, up to funds being available to serve that population. Our funding, and I think this always gets a lot of confusion, how much county dollars is going into our system of care. We get no county dollars on the substance use side. There's not county dollars that go into the substance use side. On the mental health side of the house, we have what's called a maintenance of effort. When they realigned in 1991, there was an obligation that the counties would have to put a percentage of county general funds into their mental health programs. That obligation, of course, that was in 91, made it a requirement that Mendocino County's obligation to mental health, especially mental health in Mendocino County, was $28,840. That has not changed. The only dollars of county general fund that the department gets is a mandated maintenance of effort of $28,840 so that we can pull down our state and federal funding. If the county doesn't pay the $28,840, we are not supposed to be billing for state and federal funding. The majority, or I would say 99 to 99.8% of our funding is state and federal funding. We pull down three types of state and federal funding. One is 1991 realignment. And I know we've talked a little bit about this, but I won't go into the full detail of every realignment. But 1991 realignment really took the obligation of the state of California and put it on the counties to provide special mental health services. That happened to really say you are going to provide the mandated special mental health services. These funds can only be used for mental health services, special mental health services. You're going to serve the population that the hospitalization populations that when we close the state hospitals, really serving that population, which kind of is our LPS, conservatorship population. The mandated services, which is for adults that have a serious mental illness or children that have a serious emotional disturbance. And you'll hear those terms constantly within our world of who we serve under those fundings and through Medi-Cal. It definitely shifted the state's obligation and it limited how much funding the counties can get. So at that time, our 91 realignment and our 2011 can have some growth. We don't always get growth, but at that time and today, our 91 realignment is only $3.5 million. So we operate on a $3.5 million for all of the mental health services, and as you guys have heard me say, on any given day, we have around 64 people conserved in Mendocino County. On any given year, we spend $3.5 to $4 million just to cover the cost for LPS conservatorships. As you can tell, there goes your 91 realignment. It doesn't even cover the cost for LPS conservatorships. In 2011, they decided to once again take services and realign them from the state's obligation to the county's obligation. And with that, they went ahead and created an additional realignment fund called 2011, which includes public safety. And they realigned those funds. And instead of it being state general funds, because that's how the state was paying for their services, both sides, state general funds, which is your sales tax and your vehicle licensing fees, they went ahead and state general funds, they went ahead and realigned those. And instead of it being a state general fund, they changed it into a realignment of 2011. And that's what we get, that realignment, 1991 and 2011. It was one state general fund. Some of it is still state general fund. We still get some state general fund. We don't get county general fund. It's state general fund. And it's realignment dollars that used to be state general funds that got realigned to the counties. We also have the Mental Health Services Act that puts some money into our programs. And as you know, that will be changing next year. We are in the planning process now, but nothing really goes into effect until July of 2026. When we become BHSA, Behavioral Health, or BHT, they call it both. You will see across different things called. We have the following 5 contractors that we are planning to contract with this year to do our special mental health services within Mendocino County. I know there's always confusion that we're giving dollars. We don't give dollars. This is not a guarantee that they're going to get these funds. They have to provide a billable service, bill for it, and then it has to be approved by the state. If the state declines that service, they don't get paid for that service. And so the state does do denials at times, or they could come in and audit us and say we have to recoup funds, and then the providers have to pay those funds back. It's just like your healthcare provider. You go in, you see the doctor provides a service, they write a progress note, they then bill your health insurance, and that's how that process works. It's the exact same thing in the special mental health system. There is no free money. They have to provide a Medi-Cal billable service that's approved by Medi-Cal to get that reimbursement from the county. We do know the county has an obligation to have a share of cost in Medi-Cal, so that is something different than you might see at other Medi-Cal providers. One of the things the counties do have to do is we have a share of cost. So a portion of our realignment dollars that comes from the state has to match all of our Medi-Cal billing. And so we do have to put in, and of course the ACA, depending on someone's aid code, will determine how much the state pays or we pay versus how much the federal government pays. And that kind of sets how those limits of how much we put in, and it can vary. Just some things looking at some of our stats compared to the state of California. They're always about 2 to 3 years behind. I wish we weren't, but we always are with this data we get from the state. This looks at post-psychiatric follow-up, like when someone goes in and is in a psych hospital and then discharges. The state likes to see how quickly you're following up within 7 days or 30 days. As you can see, Mendocino County is beating the state average in our follow-up. So we are following up with individuals more often than the state of California, across the state of California. And that's an analysis the state looks at across counties. This also looks at the readmission rates across the state of California. And that means an individual went to the psych hospital, they came out. What's the likelihood they're going to go back to the hospital within 7 days or 30 days? That's what the rates are showing you, that did an individual have to go back? How many of the individuals that went into the hospital went back within 7 days or 30 days? As you can see, we are doing better than the state on average of our individuals that come out aren't needing to be hospitalized as much as you look at the state average of people needing to be hospitalized. This looks at wait times to first service and first psychiatric services. The state has a requirement that we provide a first appointment within 14 calendar days and 15 for psychiatry. We have to track every appointment, when it was offered, and whether or not the person came to that appointment. We also have to track if you offer an appointment and the person says, no, I'm not available on that day, then you have to track the appointment that you offered and then the second appointment that you offered up into when the individual actually was able to be served. And so we're looking at that. That kind of tells you how many days it's taking us to get people in based on first offered versus first delivered. So we have to look at both, right? And then psychiatry, first offered appointment and then first delivered, meaning they either kept the appointment or we had to offer a second appointment. This looks at the percentage of the percentage of services that met the timeliness standard. The state wants to see an 80% that all appointments are met. We like to say 100%. It's probably not realistic. So we kind of put in our plans that we want to see a 90% to 95% that we're meeting those goals of 14 days and 15 days. There's some room for improvement. We'd like to get to 100, but that's kind of where we're at today. We also twice a year do a consumer perception survey. This is sent to UCLA for analysis, and UCLA analyzes all of the surveys across the state of California and looks at how people are performing. How are we performing versus the state of California? And this is based on clients. This is clients' feedback. It looks at two things. It looks at the youth, the Complete One survey, the family for the youth complete a survey, and then we also look at adults and older adults as their separate services. But it gives you some insight into how overall the consumers or individuals are feeling about the level of treatment they're receiving from the providers. So in front of you is the family results for overall satisfaction, both looking at the youth and family, and then outcome satisfaction from the adults and older adults. The top is youth, family, and then adults and older adults. And I also included the consumer perception survey, additional ones from the consumer perception survey, so that you can see. This talks about arrest. It asks clients, have they been arrested in the last 12 months? And as you can see, that 96.3% said no. And that looks from adult perspective and youth perspective. It's separated out there. It also, down below, you can see where it says, have you since you began to receive mental health services, have you had encounters with law enforcement? And that gives you both a review of the youth and adults and the outcomes of how people reported how they, whether or not they've had law enforcement interaction since they started mental health treatment. We do a variety of data reporting that we require every provider to provide to us on a monthly basis. We also audit them regularly. We do corrective action plans if they're out of compliance. We also get audited by the state once a year for quality assurance, and then every 3 years the state does a full system review. Right now we are just finishing up, I think, 6 audits at one time. The state just finished our MHSA audit. We're in the middle of finalizing our triannual audit with Department of Health Care Services in addition to our EQRO audit for mental health. And then we also have on the substance use side EQRO, drug Medi-Cal, and our SABG grant audit. So the state is doing a lot of audits this year. It's kind of our 3-year audit period where we get audited very heavy every 3 years. This gives some data, just some data from the data we pull from the specialty mental health providers on a regular basis. We like to look at the number of people who entered service this year. That doesn't mean how many people they served. These are new people coming into the system this year. The number of people currently served who utilize crisis, we're always looking, are we doing a good job? Are we limiting the use of crisis? We don't want to see people going into crisis. And hopefully if they do go into crisis, we're able to keep them from needing that higher level of care. Of course, that's not always the case. We look at the number of people who utilized crisis last year that needed it this year. Hopefully if they needed it last year, we're able to stabilize and they don't need it this year. And then you can see the number of people who didn't need to use crisis services that we served. We also look at the number of people who needed to be conserved, people who got off conservatorship and stayed off conservatorship. The hope is that we're able to get people off conservatorship and maintain them in our community and they don't have to be reconserved. We also know that some people will never get off conservatorship. We hate to say that, but that's the reality. But we work to try to get people stepped down and back into our community and closer to home. And we also look at the number of people who were housed this year that went from homelessness into housing, that walked in homeless in the system and they were housed as they left. Some new stuff that we've been working on with the state of California has rolled out HEDIS measures for behavioral health and substance use. And so this is new data we're merging in to look at as we look at the system of care, and we'll continue to look at this as the state of California expands it. They also, this next slide looks at a comparison of where Mendocino County is regarding our HEDIS measures compared to the rest of the state of California. I'm supposed to get 2023, 2024 any day, so I was hoping I'd have them before this presentation. Unfortunately, I didn't get them before the presentation, but I'm hopeful that we'll get them any day. But you can see how we're performing. This is the first year in 2022 that they actually rolled out HEDIS measures at this level to look at special mental health systems. So it is a kind of new look at the state, for the state to really start comparing counties from a different level than they've done with the other reports that I presented. One of the things I wanted to share that we rolled out in behavioral health was to start doing a lot more efficiencies and get a lot more online to actually help us. We created a contractor provider SharePoint information site. This is a site that every provider has a dashboard in there. It links completely to our fiscal records, and so we're able to upload it itself. It has all of our policies and procedures for the providers, our quality assurance data points, MHSA. We're still building it. We built it this year, but the contractors can go in, click where it says contractor dashboard. They can see how much their contract was for, how much they've spent on that contract, see are they spending what we projected for the year. If they have outstanding invoices that have been submitted, they can see where those are at, and they'll be able to see all their data points. And so this is new, and it's been nice because we used to get a lot of phone calls. What's going on with this, what's going on with that, and this has really streamlined that process, and now it's really automated. They can go in, click in, and it's all there for them to be able to pull and not need to call us on a regular basis for information. And then these were just 4 quotes. They're on your thing about consumer feedback that they gave to the providers about the services they received at our different providers. I'm going to go into the Mendocino County Healthcare Collaborative unless you guys wanted to ask a couple questions before I move on. No? Okay. So I'm going to ask, I have a couple individuals who are speaking today with me on the Health Collaborative. With me today is a variety of individuals from different organizations, and I'm going to start with just kind of explaining how we got here, and I think they're all going to come up and speak to their parts of the slides. I had a vision of, and I think I've had it for a little bit of time, of a couple of different things we wanted to do, and we started with wanting to, how do we better collaborate as a healthcare system in Mendocino County, and how do we work better together? And I really wanted to see a change in how the system works. I think one of the big things for me was a lot of times, and I won't say it's just with these agencies, it's with a variety of partners where you have a client who's struggling and you get in a room to help the client and everyone says, this isn't my client. And as we go around and everyone says, oh, it's not my funding, or I'm the payer of last resort, or this isn't my client, in the process, no one ends up serving the client, and then the client struggles, and then what happens, right? Then the client possibly ends up homeless and isn't getting the level of care they need. So my vision was to create a healthcare collaborative where all of us are coming to the table on a regular basis, and we all agree to do services differently in Mendocino County. And I'm very thankful that all 26 agencies said, yes, we will partner and do something different in Mendocino County. So I'm going to hand it off. I think Lucretia's going to kind of explain this first slide. And
Lucretia Renteria, good afternoon. I think that one of the greatest things, and you'll see throughout this PowerPoint, is just talking about how many people are trying to coordinate these efforts. And we have a smaller steering committee represented today by all of us who have been trying to pull together some of the work. And to give, again, a little bit of context on collaboration around Mendocino County, the Community Health Resource Network, or Alliance for Rural Community Health, is all of the FQHCs around the county. And we have been meeting for eons as a network. We're a nonprofit ourselves, and so we've been meeting a lot. But during COVID, when we got paired up with public health and opened that up to including Adventist Health, the Indian Health Services, and public health being the backbone of trying to get COVID services out to the county, I think that we really had a revelation of being able to open up this and see that we all play our part and we can all be additive. There's no stepping on toes, there's not competitive. It's what can we do and how do we best serve the coast, in my case. And because we have clinics and we have healthcare providers in every little corner of this very large geographic county. So beyond COVID, when we thought, okay, well, we've done this, we had the Mohawk, we had everybody going, and the call actually ended up being kind of owned by the clinics. We had Miranda, who was organizing it. She would send us out notes. We were trying to follow up with work, making sure that we were doing what we were saying we were supposed to be doing during the time, and giving the results because the state and the feds were asking us for results, right? So we got used to that process. And when Janine brought this issue up, and I will tell you that I had emailed her and I said, I'm just really frustrated. We've got to figure out what happens with this Medicare patient, or why am I getting closed doors instead of open doors? And I wasn't the first one, I wasn't the last one that she heard of. This is just a lot of what was going on. We started talking, she came to present to the All Clinics call, and we converted that call and expanded the call beyond however many people we were inviting at the time to include all behavioral health providers and all SUD providers around the county. It took a little while to make sure that we infiltrated kind of all organizations, alerted them, and could bring their voices to this call. At the same time, we then started working on this behavioral health MOU for us to be able to get to a point where we meet these kinds of benefits of understanding what the continuum of care can look like, and kind of blowing it up a little bit to say, we're not going to walk into this effort by saying my agency does this and drawing that box. We're going to go in and say, how can we all do this better for the sake of our residents in this county going forward?
Hi, Ben Anderson. I'm the Behavioral Health Director for MCHC Health Centers. And I think you can all read on the slide, you know, what the goal of this MOU is and what we hope for it to do. But what I wanted to speak to was a little more about What I think is as important, or if not more important, is how this came to be. And if you look at we've had prior MOUs for behavioral health services between the county and its contracted providers and the clinics, and it read like, this is how we're going to make you do your job. And this MOU is different. We were able to come together in a very collaborative way and agree that if we had disagreements, that was just an opportunity for discussion and dialogue and improvement. And the whole tenor of this was very positive. And so, the MOU will clarify roles and responsibilities, provide unified vision and specific objectives, ensure consistent, effective communication and problem solving, foster mutual trust and long-term collaboration. But what I'm excited about is how we're going to go about doing that. And it feels like everybody is on the same page, working together to help our community. Thanks.
Hi, Miranda Ramos. I'm the program director for the Alliance for Rural Community Health. Lucretia mentioned the Alliance for Rural Community Health. We're a network of all 5 federally qualified health centers in Mendocino County and 1 rural health clinic. And if you look at the slide that's presented now, you will see, I believe we have 26 partners listed on there. And I want to call out one that we haven't mentioned as a type of partner yet, which is Partnership Health Plan. They are also actively in the room and have been involved actually since the inception of the All Clinics calls during COVID. Even as we changed our regional representation with Partnership Health Plan to having new leaders from north of us as opposed to south of us, but they are still really involved and they are really critical to how all of this works as well. And it's really fantastic to have their representation in these virtual rooms and sometimes in the in-person rooms as well. So I'm going to ask if you'll advance to my flight of fancy, my colorful, Mimi described it as a sunflower. I liked that. The sunflower, it's kind of hard to see on your screens. But what I like to see in this is the breadth of services that are being offered by all of the partners who are in the room. There's a tremendous amount of work being done by everybody who participates in this collaborative to see to the mental health care and well-being and wellness of everybody who lives in Mendocino County. And so this is a visual representation of that. That green diamond in the center is the collaborative. The yellow are the organizations, and the orange are the programs that are all encompassed in this work.
And I'm Mimi Ellis, and I'm here representing Adventist Health as a program manager, but also as LCSW. And we are committed and really excited about this collaborative. We've also been doing our best to collaborate since the start of the All Clinics meeting, but now we are looking forward to this MOU and we offer our support.
So I'm going to wrap it up with kind of what are our next steps for the collaborative. So we are working on a business associates agreement. And we have all agreed that that's what we want to do and want to sign. We realize we all have our own attorneys, so we're hopeful we can work with our separate attorneys and really get to a place where we have a business associate agreement that allows us to do what we'd like to do. We want to move to our consent to treats, really getting language in our consent to treats that say we're part of the Mendocino County Health Care Collaborative, which means we will be sharing your information as needed with our partners on the back, having a list of all those partners so that we can actually get to the point where we're actually able to talk about health care. We want to add the addition of physical health care. So we started with behavioral health because we knew this was a huge mountain to move, and so we thought, let's start with the smaller piece of it. Let's try to get all of our behavioral health into an MOU and really be able to work together with the future goal of adding it to all physical health so that we would then expand it. But we wanted to start somewhere where we could really develop it and not fail. And so we started with the behavioral health and really understanding that. And the hope is that we're able to, once we get the business associates agreement and we're able to get that consent to treat and really explain what we're doing in our community, that we can get to having multidisciplinary team meetings where we are able to come to the room and say, hey, we have Joe and who has served Joe and what does Joe need and how do we better serve Joe because he's failing in our community, and what do we need to do to wrap this individual. That's kind of our overall goal. I wanted to show that we also created a Good to Know Mendo page. We're still, a lot of work still needs to go into this, but it is somewhere we're really hoping to get a platform where people can go. If you hit on the public health side, you click down, it has all our, and it's not live so I can't click it, but it has all of our health clinics in Mendocino County. It tells you who they serve, type of insurance, where they're located, the hours that they offer. And that was one goal, and we still want to update this more, but really was learning about who serves who and how do we make sure our community knows where they can go if they have a special needs in our community, that there is a provider out there. And if there's not, then how do we work as a collaborative to figure out what those gaps are and figure out how we're going to serve that individual. And so if you guys have any questions, we're happy to answer those.
Well, I really appreciate all the work being done to get this collaborative up and running, because it's really so important and critical in this day and age to, you know, with the looming cuts to Medi-Cal and Medicaid, I mean, you know, that how that might impact the whole county. And so working together is one of the best things that we can do. And so thank you. I don't see any questions from the board. Oh, Supervisor Klein.
Oh, I just wasn't jumping the gun, Chair. I have some questions for Dr. Miller about our specialty mental health contracts. I had asked some of these to her previously, but in reviewing the contracts, I saw the provision for benchmarks and progress monitoring and it allowing the county to create a corrective action plan if a contractor is out of compliance. Can you share with us if we've had any of our contractors fail to meet the requirements and fall out of compliance in recent years, and what has happened?
Yeah, so we do a corrective action plan anytime someone doesn't meet a benchmark. It's actually required by the state. It's part of our auditing requirements of any contractor that we audited them to either our standards or the state standards, whichever one is more strict. And so we do a monthly review with them. They usually know if they're out of compliance. I think the biggest thing that where we see some impacts where we've had to do corrective action plans, I mean, there's been a variety of different things. If we do a chart review, there's usually something in our chart audits that we'll go back and say, hey, you needed to update your ROI or something like that, and we'll put that in there. But probably where they get the most corrective actions, and I wouldn't say it's consistently, is more about meeting that 14-day and 15-day time frame. That can be a variety of things. That can be that the client couldn't keep the appointment that was offered. That could be it was a busy month and they couldn't get that person in within that 14 days. That is probably the most that, you know, when we do the most corrective actions, and we do them, that would be something that we do. They probably get the most from us on that.
Thank you. And can you explain for the public how these services are billed and how we know that those services are going to Mendocino County residents?
Yeah, so we can only bill for Mendocino County Medi-Cal beneficiaries, and specifically on the specialty mental health side, I can bill for Lake County residents, but I'm not going to get the match dollar, right? So if I bill for providing a service to someone from Lake County, then the state might pay me the Medi-Cal patch, but they're not going to pay me the state. I can't bill Lake County and say, hey, you owe 50% of this bill. That's not going to happen. So most counties in the state, you'll see in the state of California, they provide services to their Medi-Cal beneficiaries. It's pretty consistent because that's actually how it's kind of, if you're a Mendocino County Medi-Cal beneficiary, you get served in Mendocino County. Now, the county can contract out. Sometimes we do if someone's in a group home. Then we need to contract because they're going to have Mendocino County Medi-Cal but need that service in a different area. So then we have to contract for that person to be able to bill Mendocino County Medi-Cal. So the only time we might bill a non-county, you know, if someone's brand new to the area and they are in the process of changing their Medi-Cal, we may start billing and know that it can retro back because you don't want someone to go without services, but they're new, they submitted their application, they're waiting. Or if they're new and they're in the process, we're going to serve them knowing their Medi-Cal should change, and we track that their Medi-Cal is going to change. But 99.5% of the time, it's Medi-Cal beneficiaries, people that have Mendocino County Medi-Cal, because that's who we serve. I can't say that that's always in crisis. Anyone goes into crisis, we serve anyone regardless of payer source. So if they have no insurance, private insurance, VA, Kaiser, Medicare, Medi-Cal, we're going to serve that person regardless of their insurance type. That doesn't mean we're going to get a reimbursement in crisis. There are, and that's just not because of Medi-Cal. The private insurance don't reimburse us. The VA doesn't reimburse us. Medicare doesn't reimburse us. It's a kind of a free service when we deal with those individuals in crisis on a 5150, because we're not going to be able to bill for a reimbursement for all of those services. But our general specialty mental health services, we verify when you come into service and on a monthly basis that you have Medi-Cal, and then it's Mendocino County's Medi-Cal.
Thank you for walking us through that.
Right. Seeing no further questions from the board. Let's see. We'll go to public comment. Okay, thank you all.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Megan Harden. I'm with the Hospital Council of Northern and Central California. I work with the 3 hospitals in Mendocino County, as well as dozens of others in the surrounding counties that also serve Mendocino County residents. I have notes, but I have to start by saying on behalf of the other counties that I work with, this is really impressive. I hope it keeps going. Dr. Miller, the collaboration that you all have ushered in, it's a hard thing to do, and I hope you keep going. Okay, now my notes. I was supposed to begin by acknowledging the significant challenges rural health is facing. Mr. Chairman, as you pointed out, Medicaid cuts are looming in the near future, but absent those cuts, there are already significant challenges for the provision of rural health care. The grim reality is that more than 50% of hospitals in the state of California lose money every day to care for patients before these cuts. Recent analysis completed earlier this month suggests that 28 hospitals in the state of California are at serious risk of closing. These challenges put core services at risk and stretch already thin margins. In this context, local collaboration efforts like the Mendocino County Health Care Collaborative help make sure that our neighbors, our families, and our most vulnerable community members can continue to get care when and where they need it. I also want to thank Adventist Health for their continued participation. Their involvement underscores a deep and ongoing commitment to the health and well-being of this community. Looking ahead to the next phase of this collaborative, the integration of physical health marks a meaningful step forward. This is the direction that best practice models are moving in nationwide, and that is comprehensive healthcare integration that bridges the mental, physical, and social care to treat the whole person. And here's the truth, as you already said, about why all of us need to stick together. In today's climate, the fact is that all of us are going to be asked to do more with less. There will be fewer resources at a time when demand is growing, so it is incumbent upon all of us, our county leadership, our hospitals, and our community-based providers to work together to align where we can, to support each other's efforts, and above all, to maximize what we can do to support the people of Mendocino County who need and deserve our very best. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your ongoing support of this collaborative effort.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I had a clarifying question from the last speaker, if you're willing. Why do you think we need to do more with less going forward? What is the core cause?
So I'm not a clinician, but I can tell you from the clinicians that I work with, especially in the field of mental health, there is a growing demand, and this is a trend that you can see year over year. If Medi-Cal is cut, we are going to have fewer resources to cover a growing demand.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Victoria Kelly, CEO for Redwood Community Services. Just to underscore what Megan and really our healthcare collaborative folks were talking about earlier, we have something very, very special in Mendocino County. I was speaking to a leader recently of a statewide association for adult service providers. And I was sharing some of the aspects of our service system here, and he was kind of asking similar questions about my concern regarding the potential decimation of our adult system of care. And he was curious, like, well, why do you see that? And it's because we do something unique here in Mendocino County. We have invested and purposefully developed our adult system of care to match our children's system of care, which is an entitlement program. So entitlement services for specialty mental health for children is statewide. Adults services is not. However, we have invested and developed a system to be that, to be an open door, to have no wrong door policies and access to care for their needs, not for whatever fits at the moment. And so I really just want to honor the work and the investment that has happened over the years between BHRS and providers like RCS. And now we're taking, I think, it to the next level when we're looking at this healthcare collaborative and how this collaborative is going to truly, I think, shift the way in which physical, mental, and hopefully other systems like schools and education. I know that's the next kind of level we want to engage with, but really how we change our community's experience of their care and bring back and focus on transformation and healing and bring back dignity to their lives. I think the Medi-Cal unknowns or the Medicaid unknowns at the federal level are incredibly overwhelming for providers like RCS and I think our system of care. But I really hope and I believe that with continued partnerships and continued collaborations and the innovation that all of our brains bring, I think we will be able to continue to find ways to serve in the face of some looming challenges. So I really appreciate the work. I appreciate being part of the collaboratives and continuing to do what's right, because at the end, it's really about the clients and the change that we can bring to their lives. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments from the chambers? Okay. Seeing none. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay.
Move the recommended action.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, CEO Antle.
Thank you, and I really want to give a shout out for the work that is being done here and the threats that they are under at this moment between state and federal cuts that are looming on them. I think you got part of the answer, Supervisor Williams. It's not just a cut to the clients, it will be a cut to our workforce as well. And it's very, very devastating to this community, any cuts in healthcare. So we really need to advocate at the state and federal level that those cuts don't occur. And this group has come together on a regular basis. I've met with them a couple of different times just to hear from them. So we're learning and we can be a little more prepared as a county. And their involvement is mission critical. And we cannot lose a clinic in these rural areas. There is no way this community survives with the loss of any one of the clinics or hospitals that we have here. So it's important that we advocate and work with this group to understand what that means to us in the future. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
As the cuts unfold and have impact, do we expect other county programs to get hit harder as the result of not helping people earlier in the process?
Yeah, I think as we get hits, we start to lose those core things of prevention, early intervention, right? That will go first, and then you'll go down to your core mandates.
What do you think where should we be looking to see the fallout of the cuts?
I think we need to first see what happens with the state and feds, and then see how we all, one of the things that CEO Antle talked about is that we met as she attended our last meeting to talk about where are we all at and how are we, not just us, behavioral health and public health, but how are our clinics going to be hit and how does that roll out? And I think that that's going to be the first step is looking at what are the financial impacts for our whole system of care, because we won't be able to pick it all up as the county. And I'm not sure the state's going to backfill if we lose a lot of federal dollars.
And then if we could briefly just jump back to the C.O.R.E program.
Yeah.
So a couple years ago, some of us were pushing for crew, and C.O.R.E is crew-like, some modifications for the county structure and the large geography. But I think one of the other differences is crew hasn't had the same funding restrictions as the county has when implementing C.O.R.E. Can you talk a little bit about that, just so the public has an understanding of that you're doing as much as you can within the structure?
Yeah, so we have funding streams on the behavioral health side that has what we say it puts us in a box, right? So we don't get just open funding. A lot of the special mental health funding that we speak about, it's a Medi-Cal billable service. So we have to be able to go out and provide a Medi-Cal billable service. A Medi-Cal billable service is case management, rehab, therapy, medication management services, individual, group, right? So it's not always on the streets. There's not always the ability to bill Medi-Cal for outside the box things. We can now, for the first time, bill for a dual response, which is a crisis worker going out with law enforcement. That was new last year, right? January 2024, that was the first time that we could bill for going out at that level. But we lost things. We used to be able to bill for our travel time. Now with CalAIMS, we can't bill for travel time. It's not part of it. It's you only bill for the service you provide and maybe writing the note. So it's a give and take. We have to operate within our funding streams. If you do something that's not within your funding stream, you don't have a reimbursement. We don't get general fund dollars. So if we're not getting general fund dollars and we're not getting a reimbursement, how do we keep our budget in the black and not end up coming back and asking for general fund dollars? So that's why grants are so important. We apply for a lot of grants because it allows us to do things that we can't do under our Medi-Cal obligations. And so that's why Prop 47 will be really, hopefully huge, hopefully we get it, so that we can actually do stuff that allows us to operate outside of Medi-Cal.
Thank you.
Hey.
Chair, if I may add, I took Supervisor Williams' first question a little bit differently. The impact will be poor health outcomes, not only to our aging and our adults, but also to our children with the lack of immunization, child care checks, and just basic services provided where eyes are on those individuals that need the services.
Do you have the ability to bring someone in who could, I know it's changing rapidly and we don't know exactly what the impacts will be, but what we can present today that we think will happen, are we able to agendize that?
I think we'll know more in the next couple of weeks. This group got on a meeting at the end of last week, so they have new information to share, but we're also watching the state budget play out, which should be here in the next week or so. So we could probably schedule something for July, knowing there's still unknowns at the Fed level.
Well, I think that would be really good, and that's what we talked about a couple weeks ago, about having the collaborative present what the effects are once we know more about the budget and how that's going to impact people in the county. So if we can do it in July, great. So, all right. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second, and that's for the recommended action. We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Very good, and thank you, everyone. Hey, so we'll go to item 3M right now, which was item I pulled off the consent calendar. And, you know, this has to do with the big picture of the budget. Okay, I know it's a couple smaller things, but you know, I was saying back in April that the board needed to do its share of cutting the cost and leading the way in budget cuts, because if we're expecting all the departments to come in with cuts, then the supervisors need to do that too. Supervisor Williams and I then presented an item saying we wanted all the departments to come back with 6% cut, and what that would look like in the department. Well, when the county staff did that for the supervisors, it showed that we had to cut $53,000 from our budget. Now, if we're going to lead by example and cut $53,000 from our budget, and we really can't lose any of the positions of supervisors, and it didn't sound like there was much interest in cutting the salaries, so it looks like the only place to cut is from education and training, from travel out of county, from a membership in Civic Well, from telecommunications allowance, management training, and even if we cut all of those 100%, that would give us about $30,000. And so just because we're in this process now of the strategic hiring freeze, where we're supposed to get $6 million in savings from not hiring, and we're going to see, this is kind of new territory where we will see when departments come to the board and say, hey, I really need this position, whether we can actually cut it. It's going to be a very difficult and a hard process. There's going to be a lot of pain involved in it. And I just think that, you know, we sent the 3 supervisors to CSAC in the fall, and that was, you know, certainly because we had a couple new supervisors, we had to onboard them, they had to go to the new supervisor training. We sent 3 supervisors to Washington in February, and now it's a request for 2 supervisors to go to Philadelphia for the NACO conference. You know, I just think that we don't have the money to afford this. And I think that if we're going to set the example for the rest of the county to come in and do their part to cut the budget, we have to be leading on this. And so that's why I pulled this. And, oh, I was supposed to hand the gavel over to Supervisor Williams. So, okay, you want the gavel? Sorry about that.
You don't need to apologize to me.
Can I continue on?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I would make the motion to disapprove these 2 requests for out-of-state travel because in the last year we were over 100% over on our travel, and that was travel out of county, and so you know, we can't afford it really. And if we're expecting to send anyone to the CSAC or the RCRC conferences, then you know, we can't afford this to 2 people to go to NACO. So that's my motion.
Supervisor Klein.
Question for Supervisor Mulherin and Supervisor Norvell, if they could share why they are wanting to attend NACO's annual conference and if they have specific goals in mind.
I'm happy to start there. So I've been working with Huffman's office to, in my opinion, correct the HMIS system, specifically around social services being embedded into law enforcement. And what it does, and a good example is the crew team over in Fort Bragg is not allowed access to HMIS because they're supervised by law enforcement. And there seems to be a big trend towards that. I could give you examples like the city of Lakeport. The city of Fort Bragg just wrote a grant for the city of Lakeport to do the same thing. So my plan was the legislative meetings, specifically around HMIS, the Justice and Public Safety Committee, the National Association of County Human Services, and the Criminal Justice and the Mental Health Committee meetings to bring that to their attention.
Thank you. I actually serve on several NACO committees, the NACO Women's Organization, but also Arts and Culture and Health and Human Services. It was my understanding that agenda items that are pulled are going to be taken at the very end of the meeting, so I'm surprised that we're having this instead of as the last item. During my supervisor's report, I was going to let you all know that due to personal reasons, I'm not able to attend any conference assignments for the rest of the year, and I have asked the clerk of the board to please bring forward an item to reappoint a supervisor to my positions. I'm currently listed as CSAC, NACO, and RCRC representative, and I'm not able to attend those conferences, including the one in Philadelphia.
Supervisor Haschek, does that alleviate your concern? Just got cut 50%.
Well, it wouldn't be, I mean, I understand. So you're withdrawing your request to go to Philadelphia. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct, and as my understanding that the county can be reimbursed for the majority of the costs except for flight. So it'll be $300.
Very good. I guess my problem is that we have $8,250 in that budget line item, and that if we have anyone go to CSAC and anyone go to RCRC, which I think are more valuable for us in our county, then we would be at probably $4,000 for those two conferences. That would be a 50% cut. So anyway, that's why I was.
Supervisor Klein?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. RCRC reimburses delegates for their travel, so the county does not pay for my travel to RCRC as the voting member.
They're going to pay for your hotel and everything?
Yes, every event that I attend for RCRC, when I travel for our meetings, if I submit a claim for mileage, they reimburse me. And my conference that I'm going to tomorrow in Modoc County, very glamorous location that everyone wants to go to, they pay for my hotel and my travel, participate at RCRC, so there's no cost to the county. Not to mention, I don't think I've ever reimbursed for mileage for our miscellaneous out-of-county travel. I don't think many of us do.
Okay, well, I know that's not the case for CSAC. And, you know, what I do know is that we were 100% over in our budget this year. And so I'm just looking at what kind of example are we setting? And I appreciate the work that Supervisor Norvell wants to do there. You know, I just think that it can be done by Zoom probably.
Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll move the recommended action withdrawing Mulhern's travel request.
I'll second.
And I'm going to thank Supervisor Mulhern for all the times she's gone out of area on behalf of the county. Let's vote by the button.
Well, we need public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment? Is there public comment online?
Seeing none.
No public comment. Vote by the button.
The motion carries with Haschak dissenting.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 4G, the CEO report.
Thank you, Chair. I've consolidated this down again for the sake of time. So I do want to start that burn permits in Mendocino County per CAL FIRE will take effect. The suspension of burn permits in Mendocino County will take effect Monday, June 30th. Everybody needs to be very careful out there. It is fire season, and 4th of July is coming up. So the Mendocino County Office of Emergency Services would like to remind Mendocino County residents and visitors that all fireworks are illegal in Mendocino County. There are fireworks displays throughout the area, Fort Bragg, Point Arena, and Ukiah this year. Animal services, animal care. This year, California Adopt a Pet Day was a huge success. Volunteers, staff, and community members came out in droves to support the shelter. We wrapped the day up with 5 dogs and 12 cats adopted for a total of 17 adoptions. Dogs were also able to spend the day out of their clinics, spending time with volunteers and visiting with families, and other feline friends were a huge hit with the kids. Thank you so much to the volunteers and the folks that came out that day. Also, our spay and neuter clinic continues to move forward. In the month of May, 57 spay and neuter surgeries were performed, and 66 rabies vaccines and 57 chips were implanted. Again, we're in need of veterinarians, so if anybody knows of one, please send them our way. Environmental health team made progress on a strategic initiatives, relocating the Fort Bragg office and digitizing land use, solid waste, and consumer protection files. While they're expected to improve efficiencies and service delivery. So the department is working very close with planning and building. They closed for the week of June 9th through the 13th, and now they are open at the Avila office in Fort Bragg. The Executive Office Economic Development staff is holding a meeting by sectors in Mendocino County to foster collaboration and create action plan goals for industry economic sustainable advancement. Our next meeting is for agriculture sector. That will be Thursday, July 17th, 1 to 3:30 p.m. in the County Low Gap Administration Building. Fleet, the facilities team is working with Ukiah Valley Fire Authority to plan a much-needed fire mitigation work on Low Gap Park this summer. Work will include mowing, trimming, hazardous tree removal, and limbs. I think this is huge because it's a great collaboration with our partners to move forward a large initiative not only of the county agency but of the community. Electric vehicle charging project, we're getting started June of 2025 and run through the summer. Staff and visitors should be prepared for the closures to affect parking stalls and occasional detours in the parking area here at the administration building. And I really want to give a shout out to DOT. They put in a very detailed report. You can go and see where the activities are and all the work that they are doing throughout the county. And last, for public health, on April 27th, staff attended a Dia del Nino event and offered Tdap vaccines for children entering the 7th grade. And they will be participating this Saturday, June 28th, with Adventist Health Mendocino Coast Sports Physical event, and they're providing more vaccines for 7th graders. Public Health has distributed more vaccines this year than in prior years, and due to the limited resources and the limited healthcare providers that we have. So compounding that with the discussion we have had earlier, I'm very worried about the healthcare in this community going forward. That concludes my report.
Okay, Supervisor Norvell. Oh. Okay. Any public comment on that?
Supervisor Mulhern.
Oh, Supervisor Mulhern.
I just wanted to thank the CEO and the Department of Transportation in particular for including the report in this month's CEO report. It's a useful tool to be able to provide information to our community. And I just wanted to say that I noticed and appreciate it.
All right. Seeing no further comments? No. Any public comment? None in the chamber? Any online?
Seeing none.
All right. We'll move on to agenda item 4H, discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform.
Here, if I may, I just want to point out that the team continues to be very active and following what is happening here state and federally. You see that from the consent calendar today. If you're concerned or worried about something, and it's in the ledge platform, bring it forward. We can get that letter off with chair's signature and bring it back for ratification. But I think really paying attention right now is mission critical for all of us. So thank you.
Yeah, and I wanted to thank your staff for being very diligent on this and really taking care of everything that needs to be taken care of right away, because things are moving fast in Sacramento. Right. Okay. Seeing no further comments, any public comment? Seeing none. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll move on to supervisors' reports. Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you, Chair. Last week, I believe it was, I had the opportunity to fly out of Ukiah with from an invitation from Cal Trout. We went up north to Round Valley and back, looking at all the different watersheds and the work that they've been doing. It was very interesting. Believe it or not, I've never been to Round Valley. So it was interesting to see it from the air for the first time. I met with one of the members of the Healthcare Alliance that was here today, giving an update on all the collaborative work they have been doing, most of which you heard today, but I did get a lot more information. So if Miranda Ramos reaches out to you, I suggest you take her up on it. The Leggett Mountain Folk Festival is coming up on the 28th. I went to it last year. It's actually a pretty good time. It's a fundraiser for the Leggett Fire Department. Starts at noon. It's right next door to the firehouse. I mentioned the Huffman work. I met with Mendocino Redwood. They reached out. They've got a plan to divert part of the Great Redwood Trail to avoid some of their property. Some of it made quite a bit of sense, but they were looking for to use some of the county property. So the CEO and I met with Mr. Anderson, and then we did have a meeting with Department of Transportation last week, and they are connecting with Mendocino Redwood. I did attend Ukiah's annexation workshop, their second one. That was last week. It was different because they took questions this time. It was better. It had quite a turnout, probably twice as many people that were here today. And then Supervisor Klein and I attended the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay meeting yesterday. We approved a new budget. The budget included a 4.73% COLA, which was nice to see. The budget for this year is around $10 million, down from $12 million last year. The biggest difference being no more one-time money being used. The budget, it also included a surplus of about $890,000. My opinion overall, the organization is well ran and healthy. That's it for me.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Some of the meetings that I've had over the last couple of weeks is the Russian River Watershed Association is undergoing a strategic planning process, and I'm on that committee. We're working to create a more sustainable organization. That organization helps many municipalities work through sewer and Russian River challenges with a collaboration. I attended the Mendocino COC meeting that can also be viewed online. It looks as though initial point-in-time count results will be presented at their next meeting in July. I would encourage people that are interested in homeless services in Mendocino County to watch that meeting and maybe attend the next one. I attended the GEO reentry celebration. That is 9 people that are on probation to use GEO reentry services and have had perfect sobriety, meeting attendance, and assignment attendance. I attended the opioid task force meeting, and they're working to create an educational program for our community, including for our youth. And some people in our community might not know that adult users of methamphetamine continues to be very high in Mendocino County. That is not a problem that's gone away. I attended a tour of the Calpine facility, the geysers, with Supervisor Klein, CEO Antle, and Assistant CEO Pierce, and it was very interesting, informative to see that facility up close. And of course, we had a behavioral health board meeting. You can read all of the data on the county website, and then we are also working on a strategic plan and creating some goals for that board. Largely, it includes communication. That board does a lot of work around behavioral health, including specialty mental health and substance misuse disorder. So they're really working on ways to get more information out to the community.
Supervisor Williams.
I attended the Fort Bragg Library ad hoc and with Supervisor Norvell and the structural deficit ad hoc, for lack of a better name, with Supervisor Klein at the same time. It was a bit of a feat. And attended the grand jury response ad hoc with Supervisor Haschek, which I hope is closed out now. Attended several meetings at the Coast Healthcare District. It's been years in the making. The plan is coming together, material plan for meeting the seismic. I'm excited to see that. I didn't know if it would actually happen. It seems like it's moving forward. And of course, I'm concerned that health services throughout the county, every corner of the county, are about to be lost due to the acts of Congress. And I think we have a lot of constituents that would like an update, so I'm appreciative that may come sometime in July. I attended the Walla MAC meeting. They've been involved in the streetscape project that's probably been 20 years in the making when you consider the town plan effort. And half that project was beautification of installing landscaping. Landscaping is being cut from the plan because Caltrans insists that the county be financially responsible for it, which I understand is not a huge obligation. This is native landscape, but also requires that the county take liability. And our staff has been unwilling, and I'm not about to ask you, I understand the rationale for it. We don't want to be responsible if somebody trips on vegetation. But now in Boonville, there's a community group that's gotten together. They've had several meetings, and it's about a similar project happening on Highway 128 through Boonville. Mm-hmm. And of course, they're talking about vegetation. I think this may be a problem that spreads throughout the county as Caltrans conducts quote-unquote downtown beautification projects. I think we need to get ahead of that and find a way for Caltrans to allow the vegetation without holding the county responsible. There's a Golden State Connect Authority meeting coming up. There's not a lot of excitement about broadband because the dollars have been spent. I don't expect to see more deployment in the unincorporated.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you. I want to start with PG&E let me know yesterday that they will be hosting a open house for Redwood Valley customers at Eagle Peak Middle School on Tuesday, July 1st from 6 to 8 p.m. They are going to be talking about their efforts to reduce wildfire risk, and they will also be discussing some vegetation management priorities, electric and natural gas safety, customer resources and support programs, and of course the Potter Valley Project background and timelines. Just want to invite folks to attend that if they're interested. I am the chair of the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. We recently met and set our budget for next year, as well as established our fee. We did have a slight increase to our Groundwater Sustainability Agency fee of 2.24%. So for most folks, this means that they will be paying about $35 per acre for a single family home. And for cropland, they have to pay $33.48 per cropped acre. This is pretty expensive for agriculture, and it's something we're trying to keep as lean as possible. I've spent a significant amount of time working with my colleagues, the TAC, and then also the City of Ukiah, as they're the administrating body, and trying to get that into a smooth transition. Our budget ad hoc that I'm on with Supervisor Williams has been meeting, and we're brainstorming on how we will work together with the departments. You have a comment?
No, I just didn't know it was called the budget ad hoc. Doesn't that collide with the other budget ad hoc?
I think it's a budget implementation ad hoc. Semantics. Of course, Supervisor Norvell and I have been spending a significant amount of time on the annexation ad hoc. We've been meeting with staff, council members. We attended the town hall. We've also been doing a lot of work individually, but enough on that for today. I coordinated the tour of the geysers with Calpine, and thank you to Supervisor Mulheron for attending, and the staff, including CEO Antle, for coming out. And we also had some planning staff. For folks that don't know, we have geothermal in Mendocino County, although it's primarily located in Lake County and Napa. It's on the border of those counties. I see that as an opportunity for us in the future. In terms of road work, there was some paving done on East Side and West Side Road in Potter Valley. There's also a significant amount of road work happening in Hopland right now. Residents are very frustrated because there have been road shutdowns that have prevented them from getting into their homes during several hours during the day. So we're trying to work through how to improve a little bit of that logistically. I also attended a tribal engagement training meeting that was hosted by Sonoma Clean Power. It's a big focus of mine for how the county better engages with our tribal governments. And so I'm hoping to expand on that work in the future. And then as Supervisor Norvell mentioned, the Workforce Alliance meeting happened last week. And if you're in need of support, looking for a job, there's several tools for job seekers on their website.
Okay, very good. See, Supervisor Williams, there is no budget ad hoc, so you are the only one.
All right. I stand corrected.
All right. And there's a amateur radio field day that's going to take place in two places, Road 409 in Casper and also Bechtel Grove Middle School in Willits, Saturday from 12 to 6. If anyone has questions about how amateur radio operations or ham radio, please stop by and the fine radio enthusiast will explain it all. I'd like to do a shout out to CAL FIRE and Caltrans. We're working together on the prescribed fire in the medians and along the roadways from Hopland north to the, almost past Redwood Valley up towards Willits. Very impressive work, and I know that Chief Gunn at CAL FIRE has been trying to do that for several years, and to see it happen is great. And along the turnouts in Ukiah area, it's impressive, and hopefully that will cut down the number of fires we have along roadsides. See, I attended the first 5 planning session the other day with Sonoma Clean Power. They're going to add Lake County to Mendocino County and Sonoma County, and so that's a big lift. But it'll also provide cleaner energy, cheaper energy, and provide it to the people in Lake County as well as here. Okay, I'm going to do a tour of Calpine facilities, the geysers up there with Sonoma Clean Power at the end of July, and I also attended a tribal engagement workshop that they had a few weeks ago in Santa Rosa. There's been a talk in my district, at least, about the Hazmobile and that it's not getting up to some of those areas in Laytonville, Covelo. It was in Willits in February. In March, it was in Comchie. In June, it was in Casper. But it's like every 2 months they're planning these, and it's not enough to, it should be more often if there's funding for it. And so anyway, people wanted me to convey that message to MSWA, Mendo Recycle, people working on that. So anyway, that's my report. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 5:10.